What up, what up? Thanks for the lurk, Conquer. Yeah, I'm just watching Duck stream. What up, peeps? Yeah, I'm just finishing up some late dinner. So, yeah, figured I'd throw in a video, see what's up with it. This is from Get a Grip podcast, it looks like. See if I can play it. I picked a terrible time to come back to this, by the way. It looks like, sounds like.
Insurance really doesn't like to pay for it, so they only give me 3 weeks out of a 30-day program. I get out, and I'm obviously sober, but I'm telling myself I'm going to get on Suboxone because this is my first time ever getting on Suboxone, or like I've tried Suboxone, but like through a real thing.
Yeah.
So first things first, get a new job because I got a kid and an apartment and a wife. I gotta pay. We got married in November of 2021. I was high off my ass the night that we got married.
Sure.
Not very happy, but on cocaine. That was my one time that I went back to cocaine. Not very proud of that one. Ruined her night completely. So if I had money, I'd redo it, but I don't have money like that. So just another thing that I, shit the bed on with her. But anyway, we got married in November 2021. Just a side note.
Shoot, I don't know if that's working. Shit. Damn it. I might have broke it. Shit. Let me fix this. Shit, I think I broke it.
Which I don't know if you've ever had this.
Shit, I think I broke it.
Suboxone, which I don't know.
This is so bad. I'm just gonna have to restart it.
I'm liquefying the film.
Okay, wait,
down
I
the
think I
water,
fixed it.
sorting the water. I'm liquefying the film.
Okay,
down
wait, I
the
think I
water,
fixed it.
sorting the water. I'm liquefying the film.
Okay, wait, I think I
That
fixed
was
it.
6 months. I'm liquefying the film.
Okay, wait, I think I
That
fixed
was
it.
6 months.
Now it's actually like crazy. Okay,
Okay,
wait, I think I fixed it. Now it's actually like crazy. Okay, wait, I think I fixed it. Now it's actually like crazy. Okay, wait.
Yeah, and so what happens is you have to take a piss test the day that you're gonna get your script.
Oh shit.
Because this is wild, but because I work out all the time and I manual labor for work, construction at this time, or actually no, lumber yard. Actually, I went to a lumber yard after losing my job with the union. My buddy got me a job at the lumber yard because for 5 years. So got a job there. So still manual labor. So I'm sweating all the time. Dude, this stuff gets out of my system in 4 days.
Yep.
Wild. So I take this test and I piss dirty for nothing. I was like, this is crazy. Because I wasn't smoking weed, wasn't drinking at the time because for being out on bond, I had to take piss tests. Because for being out on bond, I had to take piss 1 or 2, 4, 3. So being out on bond, I had to take 1 or 2 random piss tests. So I was drinking a little bit here and there because they don't really test for alcohol. But I was taking Suboxone, so alcohol's not really going to do anything. And I wasn't really. Kratom was opiates were my drug of choice, and Kratom at this time. Alcohol was gone. So anyway, so it was out of my system, so they kicked me off the program. So like literally just fucking kicked me off, and I'm like, dude, I'm about to go through withdrawal.
Yep.
I was like, do you guys not care? They're like, if you can get up to a lab. If you can get up to a lab and get that lab sent to us, we'll redo your thing. I was like, oh, okay. I have a piss test for the state tomorrow. They're like, okay, that'll work. It's at a lab. So I go and I piss dirty because it's a lab test. You know what I'm saying? Not an at-home test. So I do still piss dirty. And I was like, sweet. So I send it to them. Guess what they say? It's not good enough. I was like, oh, okay. So what do I do? You have till tonight to go take this test or you're off the program. I was like, okay. Well, I don't have time. So because I don't drive. And so I have to rely on other people. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm like, well, fuck me. I guess I'm going to go through withdrawal. So obviously me, I don't want to go through withdrawal. So I get back on the Kratom. This whole time I'm fighting the case. I got my lawyer fighting my case. This is the next year. We finally decide. So he told me willfully to get on house arrest. They didn't tell me to. So I get out of rehab. He says, dude, get on house arrest. Because they're going to hit you with a year's worth of jail. I was like, what? I was like, I'm not getting on willful house. Like, I'm not going to do house arrest willfully. He goes, do it. And I went up, did it, and the guy was like, you're doing this, like, you don't have an order or anything? I was like, no. And he goes, okay. So I'm paying them $200 a month.
That's a lot.
Yeah, $200 a month to keep this thing on my foot, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not even told to do it. And it's all on a gamble that I may or may not go back to jail, you know what I'm saying? Well, so finally we come to an agreement. Prosecutor just wants to fry me, dude. He just wants to make a example out of me, you know. He does not like me at all. So he accepts the house arrest. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The judge accepts the house arrest at the very end. He does. So I don't get the year's worth of jail. He says I have 4 months. So that's what I have to, or no, I'm sorry, 2 months. I was told 2 months. I was told 60 days and I'd be out. I ended up doing 4 months. You know, typical jail shit. You know, prosecutor would tell you something, but it's something else, you know. Anyway, so the date that to go into jail is February 29th, the last day of February of 2022. And I am using Kratom powder because of the withdrawal of the Suboxone.
Yep.
So this is now, I get off the Suboxone in December of 2021, get on to Kratom. I'm going to jail in February 2022. So I got 2 months. So heroin withdrawal, gone. Or not heroin, I'm sorry. Suboxone withdrawal, gone. Like it was gone. So when I walked into jail at the end of February, I hadn't been taking Kratom long enough to actually truly feel any, maybe mentally, but physically nothing. So I was good. I was like, wow, okay, I feel okay. So let's just get through these 2 months that I think I have. Show up, I instantly go to work because in Kentucky, if your case is done and it's nonviolent, you have to work. And if you're not going to prison, you have to go to work. Okay. So first week I go to Gen Pop. Actually, I'm sorry. My first couple of days, they still do that COVID shit where you stay up front for 5 days or whatever. So I do that, and then I go back to the back Gen Pop for a week. So it's like a week and a half. So after that, they asked, "Do you want to go to work?" I was like, "Of course." So I'm pushing brooms in the halls, doing that, and then they say, "All right." So I do that for a month, and they say, "Nat Meyer, you're going to the work camp." So I go to the work camp. So I did total, all in all, 4 months. I did a month in the main jail, and then 3 months in the work camp, which isn't honestly terrible. Really, it's kind of like summer camp there. To be honest with you, there's no locked doors. Really. Well, the main door's locked, obviously, but there's no cells or anything. It's bunks. It's like a cabin, cabin bunks. It's like summer camp. You get rec outside every day after dinner. On the weekends, doors are usually open. You can go outside. You go to work. The craziest thing that happened when I was there, I will say this: my wife and my parents don't know this one, so they'll hear this for the first time. I did use inside of jail methamphetamine and Suboxone. So I go to the work camp, and I'm at the sanitation district. And it's just like a shit house, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the jobs I do, but you just mow grass. So mowing grass, well, the guy that comes and picks us up is an alcoholic, and he's like probably 25, he's my age, you know what I mean? And so he's just their maintenance dude. He comes and picks us up, us convicts, us felons, you know what I'm saying? And every night he drinks, and come to find out that he's been passing out alcohol to allegedly passing out alcohol to one of the inmates or whatever. So we all start getting fucked up, you know what I mean? So but one of the guys had his girlfriend come up to the sanitation district, and the dude let him go off and hang out with her for like an hour or whatever.
Damn.
Comes back with comes back with methamphetamine, and we do some, so I'm wired for a couple of days. Worst place to do methamphetamine.
Yeah,
I mean, it's god awful, dude. I get back to the cell. Yeah, I get back to the house or whatever. I'm just sitting there drawing for hours, and dude comes up to me and goes, "Bro, you're gonna have to go back to your bunk or something because you've been back here for 4 hours, same position, just doing the same thing." And they walk back every 30 minutes and scan the thing, and I'm sitting back by the scanner and just drawing. You know what I'm saying? Obviously something's up. Right. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because this dude, because he was allowing us to do all this stuff, the guy that brought on the methamphetamine was like, "Man, he's letting us have our girls come up here. I'm just going to go back to my house one of these days." So he does. So he's wigged out on methamphetamine, and he finds out his old lady's, I guess, having sex with his brother, whatever. Jesus. So she comes and picks him up, I guess, the next day we go to work. He dips with her. We can't get a hold of him. He's gone the whole day. We thought he dipped. We thought he ran away. So we escape. You know what I'm saying? Escape charge.
God,
we're on the way back to the jail because we're going back early. So I guess his thought was, I'll just come back right before they leave.
Right.
He comes back, calls the phone that we had been trying to call him off of. He goes, "Where you guys at? Dude, we're on the way to jail, bro. You're fucked. You better run." That's what happened. So that's what the maintenance dude told him. He goes, "Bro, you're being looked for right now. You better run." So so he ended up getting caught and getting 5 years. He had 60 days left. 5 years, bro. Wow. 5 years because because he was zooted out of his mind for a couple of days, wigging out, thinking his girl was fucking his brother. Yeah. Dumbass. So anyway, so that happens there. So but then the Suboxone, that was basically everywhere. That's in Boone County. Yeah. It's everywhere in Boone County. I don't know about now, but when I was there, it was easy to get. So and obviously if you don't take Suboxone after a while, you get pretty high. Yeah. So those are the two things that I use in jail. Not proud of. My parents and my wife will hear that. So, but anyway, so I get out of jail. I do my 4 months. Get out of jail. And that was the very first time. I'm like a week out of getting out. I look up at the sky. I'm at work. I look up at the sky, and it's the very first time I was like, I feel free of addiction. Like I felt like my brain always thought about drugs and alcohol from the age of 16 to 25 when I got arrested and everything. That week before I got out, I was like, I'm not thinking about anything. Like, yeah, I had used methamphetamine and Suboxone, but like I don't need to use anything more. Like I'm not craving anything, and I have not felt this feeling since I was like 15. So I thought I had it under wraps. Right. I was like, I feel free. You know, everything's good. Well, get out. You know, everything's beautiful when you get out. Everything's great when you get out. Get out. Couple of days go by, and I start to notice. I'm like, I'm starting to struggle a little bit. I'm not using anything. So I go up to my wife and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm not going to be able to stay 100% sober. It's just not going to happen. I already gave up. I was like, it's just not going to happen. I'm not going to any meetings. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not giving it a chance at all. I was like, you're going to have to let me at least use once a month. Something. She was like, okay. And I didn't ask to use like that weekend or anything. I said next month, which was like a month and a half away for my birthday. I just asked that you allow me to use. And from there, we'll use once a month and we'll see how that works. So she allows it. It was for kratom. I told her it wouldn't be for any hard drugs. I said the hard drugs are gone. Like, we won't use those anymore because I'm just tired of overdosing. And I mean, nowadays, that's all it is. It's just such strong fentanyl that if you don't have a tolerance, you're gonna die. So I'm sorry. I don't know how drugs or how kids experiment anymore. So she says,
They don't.
okay.
They just die.
I start back with the kratom powder because that's what I knew. But in the time that I was in jail, they had come out with a new product called 70H. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
I've heard of it, but
it's the same thing as kratom. So they derived the kratom powder. They basically did what from heroin to fentanyl, but they did it with kratom to 70H. So kratom is like the lower natural form. They synthesized it in a lab, made it 10 times stronger, and basically if you put it next to morphine, it's pretty on a level. If you use enough of it, it's fucking right there, man. It is a pain pill that was sold legally, dude. And if you smoke weed on top of that, you're to the moon. I'm not exaggerating. It was one of the stronger, and I mean, I have taken.
This is relatively new, right?
Well, yeah. Now in Kentucky, it's in Ohio legal now. They still, I don't know about Ohio, but in Kentucky they still sell the powder because they know that it is a pain management. It can be used. It's just like any other opiate. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It can be used in the responsible hands. Not the 70H. 70H, I think, is just terrible.
Yeah.
That shit just needs to go away. But like a pain pill, a pain pill does have use. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Kratom could have use. You know what I'm saying? There are pain pills. Like, people don't have pain relief from pain pills, but I have heard people get pain relief from kratom. Those people take it, properly.
Right.
But so it's legal the powder is legal in Kentucky still, but the 70H is now illegal. 70H is illegal in Ohio. I know that. I don't know about the kratom powder here. So I started back on the kratom powder because the kratom pills, the 70H, were so expensive, dude. They were like $20 a pack. And because my tolerance, I always go to the extreme. I need a lot. So like for me to get high, I'd have to spend $60, on kratom pills like that. Like that's how it was. So anyway, I'll get into that. So I start on the kratom powder till once a month. That month turns into 4 years. That once a month turns into 4 straight years. So this isn't okay. Maybe not. Yeah, almost. Yeah, 4 years. 3 or 4. Anyway, this is 2022, 2023. Yeah, my apologies, 2023. So not 4 years. 2023 is when I get out. I'm sorry. Let me go back one more time. I go to jail February 2022. Get out of July 2022. Yeah, that's what it is. I start back using September. My birthday's in September, so I was sober from July, August, sober 2 months, and then I used sometime in the middle of September and never stopped again until October of 2025. Yeah, it's 2020. Yeah, October of 2025. So however long that is, that's where the 1 month turned into, the once a month turned into. Unknowingly to her, I was doing it every day at the very beginning. She didn't realize it, so I took it. It was the powder at first, but eventually it wasn't enough because I had to drink so much of the powder. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna try these pills. I opened a credit card. All in all, I totaled $30,000 in credit card debt on.
Oh shit! It hit the space bar.
70H. I was upwards towards at my height. I was spending $700 a week on the pills. That's where I said the financial problems were coming down. Yeah. I started obviously. I had a tolerance from the powder, so when I jumped into the pills, it was already like I had to spend at least 6 or at least 40 to get high, and I needed to get high twice a day. And then you got to add also the marijuana that I had to add on top of it because if I didn't have marijuana on top of it, it wouldn't get me high enough.
Right.
So I had to have.
I try to fix it by putting an eraser where the bushing is on the back, or on the back one. Yeah, so I tried like fixing it. It kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. So I'm trying to like figure it out.
Have the marijuana on top of it, which isn't super expensive, but I'd still add it on top of it. So, so for the longest time, that's what happened. That was my rhythm. I just did kratom and smoked weed. I would go to work high. I would do everything literally high because it checked off every marker. Nobody would be able to tell unless I was sitting down. If I was up moving around, which my job entailed that, it was a lumber yard, it gave me energy.
Right.
So I was moving around. I'm the greatest employee ever. Everybody loves me because I'm a hardworking, motivated dude. But really, I'm working these 12-hour shifts because I'm using kratom and I'm getting through it with kratom. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. Powder becomes not enough, move to the pills, and it goes from 200 a week to 300 a week to 400 a week to the worst is $700 a week for at least a month, but at my height. But the withdrawal on the pills was the exact same withdrawal as the powder, but just times it by 2 or 3. It was way worse, way more debilitating. The kratom powder, I could go to work and just try to muscle through it, just sucked. You know what I mean? But the kratom pills, I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't get out of bed. So I could never get over a day. I couldn't get over 12 hours clean for the longest time. Just going back and forth, telling my wife I'm gonna stay clean, or I'm gonna muscle through it, yada yada yada. I'm doing this, and I'm like towards the end. So like I said, I started this and started getting really heavy in October. Yeah, I guess you would call it October because I tried it towards the end of September 2022. It just kept ramping up like any drug user, but it was so readily available. And people ask, why don't you just go back to the fentanyl? It's so much cheaper. I don't drive. I'm still serving a 5-year license suspension. I sold off my car. I don't have any way to get dope. I don't know people up in the suburbs that sell heroin or fentanyl or pain pills. I do know the local fucking store sells kratom though. So that's why I stuck with the kratom, because I don't have my one buddy, that one plug, he died of an overdose. Funny thing, I went to rehab with him. We told each other we were going to get clean, get on Suboxone, and we were going to, start, he wanted to start working out with me, all this yada yada. 2 months or like a month out, he's dead from a fucking overdose. So I didn't have any more plug up here. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to use the kratom, you know what I mean? That's what I'll do. I'll just spend all this money and open up all these credit cards, and that's what I'll do. I checked off every marker. I was able to go to the gym when I wanted to go to the gym. I was able to get high before the gym because, like I said, it gave me energy. It killed my appetite. So if I didn't want to eat, I'd take some kratom. It hit every marker. I could pass every drug test in the world, other than if you specifically pissed me test for kratom, which nobody I
does.
talk to half people. I say I was addicted to kratom. They're like, what? What's
Yeah.
that? I'm like, man, you have no idea. I mean, yeah, it's legal and it's not as severe as, you know what I mean, but it is fucking, it's so wide, it takes a hold of you so easily because it's so readily available. It's like alcohol, you know what I mean? It's just like alcohol. Why there's so many alcoholics. I mean, it's so readily available. That's why alcohol is usually the first thing that kids go to is because it's so readily available and stuff. The kratom, I mean, they were selling it at every fucking store. So, taking it every day. Spending hundreds of dollars a day sometimes, and then hundreds of dollars a week sometimes. It would go up and down when I'd have money. All my money went to this shit. Let me also back up a little bit. My wife gets pregnant 2 or 3 months after me getting out of jail. Show up to the ultrasound. The woman tells me to hold her hand. I think something's wrong. There's 2 heartbeats. I have twins. So I'm spending $700 a week with 3 little kids at home. I have a set of twins that are 2 years old right now, or turning 2 in July, and a 4-year-old. My wife's a school teacher. We don't make shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm a HVAC guy. I don't make shit. You know what I'm saying? And I've always started at the bottom because I've always had to get a new job because I've always pissed away all my jobs because of my drug addiction and everything, So I'm always starting back at the bottom and everything. Well, so this happens in the middle. The start of my sobriety story. Let's go with that. So you already know what I was using and everything. I don't need to go into any more detail. I was using a lot. But had been wishing it was fentanyl the whole time, you know what I'm saying? Because I knew how much money I was spending, and I would much rather, obviously, fentanyl stronger, but I
Right.
just couldn't get to it, and it wasn't gonna dodge my wife and all that, blah blah blah. So my sobriety story probably starts really heavy around August, maybe July, yeah, probably August of last year. I'm upwards spending $700 a week on the kratom. And at this point, I'm asking my mom and dad for money, her mom and dad for money. I don't have money, bro, because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. They've never heard that, and they're going to hear that now, but it's the truth. They had to pay for my groceries. They had to pay for my rent. They had to pay for car insurance because they care about their daughter. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. They don't care about it's not for me.
Yeah.
And my parents didn't do it for me. My parents did it for my children.
Right.
You know, I'm over here spending my whole fucking paycheck on drugs while my kids are being supplied with everything they need. They never went without because of their grandparents. If I didn't have them, we'd be homeless right now.
Right.
That's how sick I was. I'm not proud of that. I've never admitted that to them, but they will hear that here if they choose to listen to this. I started reaching out to God. I was an atheist so I grew up a Catholic. I was never into it, you know what I'm saying? My parents forced me and such, but by the age of 15, I didn't care. I loved everything that was sin.
Yeah.
You know, that was my thing.
Yep.
I turned to an atheist probably around the age of 20, 21. When I got into heroin or fentanyl really bad, is when I really turned away from God and everything, because I started getting into like evolution and like this makes more sense than God. You can't see, because I didn't feel nothing. You know what I'm saying? Whenever
Right.
I prayed to God, nothing ever was answered. So you know what? I was working with at this lumber company. No, let me back up to May. Let me back up to May. I'm about to lose my job, and let me get into how I got my new job, which also has helped me stay clean. It's part of my recovery story. So I lose my job at the Carter Lumber place, the job that I got after the union. I lose my job because I'm getting too high at work. I'm wrecking forklifts. I'm fucking up orders. I'm nodding out in front of everybody. You know, I'm slurring my word. I'm just a mess. You know what I'm saying? And I think I'm good. You know, and coincidentally, next door is a gas station that sells my drugs. So I'm just constantly throughout the day just running across the street. They see me on the camera. They're like, dude, we know what you're doing. Like, we're not stupid. Like,
Right.
I'm like, I'm just going to get dip 4 times a day. Like, dude, come on. Whatever. So, but my manager is a buddy of mine. He's my age.
Yeah, I just thought that was really awesome how I have the tech deck here. And my bro got me the real one.
Age, and so he's trying to help me through it, but he can only help me so much. He's got to run a place. I could get hurt, you know what I mean, at anything. So I finally get let go. They didn't want to let me go, but they're like, Jake, you need to get clean. So I was like, okay, whatever, fine, I understand, I get it. So my buddy owns an HVAC company. The buddy that I was doing the cocaine with, a lot of the cocaine with, he owns an HVAC company. It's smaller. But he had reached out and asked if I wanted to help on the side or anything like that. So that Friday I got fired. I texted him and I said, hey, dude, I just got fired. I didn't tell him why. And I was kind of distant from him. He didn't know how deep my addiction was at this point with kratom and stuff. So he didn't know he knew I probably used a few things, but it wasn't taking control of my life. On the outward, I looked good. On the inward, I was crumbling. So I asked him, hey, man, I just got fired because of some dispute I had with a manager or whatever. He was like, yeah, bro, I'll hire you. So he hired me. That saved me from, because embarrassingly, but you know what? I'm not embarrassed of it, because you know what? People get help all the time. I got fired unexpectedly, tried to apply for food stamps because I got 3 kids, you know what I'm saying? You know, got denied because my wife apparently makes too much. I'm not asking for them to pay for all my food, you know,
Right.
a couple $100 a month maybe until I find, because I have a felony at this point. My DUI, the last DUI was a felony finally, so now I have a felony, so it's hard to find a job, even with a DUI felony, dude. It really is. People do not call you back.
Doesn't
they
matter,
don't.
you're a felon.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
matter what
do
it's
not
for.
care. Yes. So anyway, I'm so thankful for him to. I texted him that Friday, said, hey bro, I heard you said you needed help. I just got fired. Can I come work with you? He goes, yeah. So I had a job right away.
Yeah.
So but I was still buying $700 worth a week so my whole paycheck I was still supplying my drug habit, really. So I wasn't doing it for my family.
Right.
I was doing it for myself, but
Right.
I guess if you looked at it from behind closed doors, peeking in, I was doing it for my family,
Right.
but I was truly doing it so like I could not be homeless and still use,
Yeah.
It wasn't, oh, I'm going to stop using and pay off and be straight. No, it was so I
Right.
could still use and pay my bills. So that happens. And in the midst of this, I start toying with God. Prayers aren't being answered or anything. So I'm still on the fence. I'm like, is he there? Is he not there? I don't know. Maybe he's not there for me anymore.
He's always there, man. He's always there.
Because of how distant I had been. But somewhere along the line, something clicked in my brain. I just kept going to church, and it started working. I started getting deep in religion. I started using less, and then I got on Suboxone. And that, I will say that right there is what the mixture of those two things, God and Suboxone, I believe are. And this new job, because now my new job, the drug dealer isn't right across the fucking
Right.
street. You know what I'm saying? Every
Right.
single day, like I'm trying to get clean, but here's my drug dealer who's actually just a gas
Corner
station
store,
clerk.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But he's not gonna not sell to me.
Nope.
So now having this new job and being around people that. So I will admit that I was still using in the beginning of this job. He pointed me out. And the owner, my buddy, he hasn't used in a long time. He went a different path when I got onto heroin and stuff. He cleaned up off of coke and everything. He got better. The funny thing is actually the buddy that is in prison lived with him. So he witnessed him going to prison. Like he was. I'm not saying they were close at the time. They had distanced each other because of drugs. But they had a connection. So I think maybe that might have steered him away.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
saw a pretty dark side of drugs that maybe he didn't want to see anymore. I don't know, but he did not go the path that I went. Those three things right there are what finally helped me get clean. Like I said, I don't know my exact sobriety date, but I do know it's sometime in October. But I found like I was telling you before, I found your guys' podcast in like August of last year. I'm still getting high. I'm still using a bunch of kratom pills. Like the lengths I would do, like the lengths, like I would wake up at 3 a.m. to sneak out so I could drive up to the store. And trust you, right? I don't have my driver's license, so I'm doing this illegally. I'm stealing my wife's car without her knowing it, to drive it to the gas station. That's 24 hours that sells this shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care about anybody. You know what I mean? It was like, what a full-blown fentanyl addiction would be, I was just lucky enough to have a woman that I cared enough about, that didn't want to lose, and I guess I cared about life enough that I didn't jump over that deep end, the angel and devil were telling me,
Right.
you want to, but you also don't want to because you see what that leads to. Like, I love drugs, but I think I just love life more. You know what I mean? So yeah, I found your guys' show in August of last year, still using, and I eventually probably, I wouldn't say eventually, in that time of me listening to you guys and me getting high, I just felt bad, man. Like, I'm not saying that's the reason I got clean, but like, it made me feel terrible. I have 3 kids at home, I am going so out of my way to spend all of my money on this drug, nothing on my children and my wife, nothing. I'm listening to these people's stories and how they've gotten clean, and I'm inspired by these stories, and I'm still doing these actions. It was so mind-boggling to me. I'm like, this is how crazy this disease is. Like, you want to be done, but you can't.
Yeah.
You can't. Like, what I was doing was, textbook insanity. Textbook insanity. If you talk to somebody on the outside, they'd be like, that dude is nuts. But I did it. And I am not proud, but I also am proud of who I am now.
Yeah.
It molded me. It molded me a lot.
As you should be.
But anyway, found your show. And I finally do get on Suboxone, and I believe it was October of some time, and I finally get clean. I'm not a sober Nazi. I will admit that. I'm not really into the church, so I'm a big believer in. I know that has nothing to do with what I'm about to say, but that's what has helped me a lot is church. I would say if it's not impeding your life, that is good. But for me, I know I have a disease, so
Excuse
I
me.
have to stay
Fuck.
away from certain substances, which I am now old and mature enough to understand. I'll be honest, I take my Suboxone. I started at 2 6 months ago. I'm down to 1.5 now. That is recent, my own validity. I wanted to do that. We had talked earlier. They would want if I wanted to be on this the rest of my life, they would love that because it's just another
Right.
paycheck,
Right.
But I'm not that guy anymore, and I don't want to be. We had talked about the chains that I'm on.
Yep.
I'm very aware of the chains that I'm on. I do not in 10 years want, if I'm going on vacation with my children, I do not want to be like, oh, if I need my medication.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No. I want to be carefree. Let's go anytime we want to go.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't want those barriers, but because I'm 6 months clean, I've noticed in the times that I've tried to get clean before, I try to jump from using to sober like that, and it's never held. It's nothing had ever held. So, baby steps. My wife at first was monitoring the medication. Now there's some trust built. Doesn't anymore.
Yeah.
So now, and I don't abuse it. I take it as prescribed. I noticed when I started getting high on the 2 pills because we had talked. I mean, that is strong, man.
Yeah.
If you're away from opiates, or like for me, my receptors were. I wasn't into opiates because of the kratom, but they were affecting my opiate receptors. So I'm still gonna have the effects of withdrawal and stuff like that. So I guess the tolerance was high. So when I started taking 2, I didn't feel nothing. I was like, wow, I'm shocked.
Right.
Because remember that first time I said I was on Suboxone, that first time I took it, I was zooted, and I was so happy because I was like, now legal drugs. Yeah. But this time, good. Thankfully, I don't know how I felt at that time. Did I want to, you know what I'm saying? I think some of me was hoping that I'd get high, but I didn't. And I think some of me was upset. I think I was, but you know what? I'm good now. So, I noticed I started getting high, and I was like, you know what? I'm nodding out in the car. This is not what I want. So I, on my own validity, am now on down to 1.5. I do smoke marijuana. My goal is by January, so I have a timeline per se. My goal by the January 1st is to be off the Suboxone, January 1st of 2027, be off the Suboxone. And I don't have an issue with marijuana, but I would like to control when I smoke it. I would like to be able to have full control of when I smoke it. I would say I have semi-control right now. I don't go to work high. Or I would say, like, I don't bring my stuff to work. I wake up super early, so I may hit it before work. I start work 4 hours after I wake up, so it's not like I'm high anymore, but I don't get high at work. And I will smoke it after I get home from work, like at night if I'm winding down. But it's not like I'm sitting there all day thinking about it.
Right.
I can go hours without thinking. I've gone 24 hours without smoking, and I was like, oh, shit, okay. But I still do have bad days, and I still have a little bit of a crutch, which I'm not proud of, but I'm aware. I'm aware of it. So I have a 2-year plan. The second year would be by at least 2028. I would like to be able to control when I, maybe go a week or 2 without pot and there'd be no issue, just use it when, so maybe socially or occasionally, something like that. But for right now, my family trusts me. I trust some of my decisions now, which is a lot to say.
Yeah.
Comparatively. So everything is going solid. I'm doing a lot better at work now. So, like, one thing I noticed now that I'm sober, I've always had good opportunities, and I've always had good work ethic. I've always a hard worker because nobody's gonna pay for my drugs, so I gotta work hard to be able to have a job. That's also my ADHD, my OCD.
Sure.
So I lost my train of thought there. So sorry, Lou.
You're good.
The good work ethic. I don't know. Scratch that, I guess. But I have always had a good work ethic because the drug use. Nobody was ever going to pay for my drugs and the ADHD, so I've always had a job. Man, I don't know where I lost my. Anyway, sobriety story. So
What advice would you give to someone
Okay,
that's still
yeah.
stuck out there,
Stuck out there.
going through what you went through?
Yeah. I would say, dude, reach out to somebody. Reach out to somebody, because I never did. I always thought that I could do it on my own, my way. And my way never worked. You know what I'm saying? And I guess that was the ego. That was the ego in me and everything. So I just would say reach out to somebody. And maybe somebody else might have a point of view that might affect you one day. You know what I'm saying? Don't stay silent about it. Talk, because nowadays people don't judge you like people used to. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
sounds
It's
bad.
more out in the open. It's more, accepted and such. It's just reach out to somebody. Don't be quiet about it, because it is so crushing. It is so crushing, and I shouldn't be here talking to you, but I am, and I thank God for that every single day that I got a second chance. And I didn't follow my own advice. But now that I am clean, I talk to everybody about it. I
Yeah.
reach out to everybody about it now.
Yeah.
If I, it's all people that relate to me. Obviously, people. It may not be like my wife or my mom or anything. And I'm not in AA right now. I have a pretty busy life with the 3 kids and not being able to drive
Sure.
and working full time. I umpire on the side for
tough.
baseball, so
Yeah.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of extra times, but in the future, I would like to get into maybe a church group and some type of sobriety group, something to where I can connect to somebody else. Because my wife and my mom don't feel what I feel.
Right.
So I would just say reach out and give somebody else a chance, or
I
give
like it.
somebody else's thought process a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like it.
So yeah, all
Thank
good,
you.
Lou.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you taking the time to come up today and share your story, man. It was a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. I was told something. The last thing I will say, I was told something today, and the man that told me this, I went to the gym this morning to clear my head, because I've been thinking over this for the past 2 weeks. I've been nervous, man. So I even wrote something down and everything. I was practicing and it all, but I talked to. He was a previous addict. He works out at the gym. He was a previous fentanyl and pain pill user. I brought it up to him. Hey, man, I'm going to go do this podcast, because he knew I wanted to do it, and I told him how nervous I was, and he said to me, "Dude, you're going to do a lead."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, if nobody is affected by it, or if nobody is inspired by it, at least you stay sober today.
Yep.
So you know what? I stayed sober today, so that's what matters.
Right on.
Yeah,
It's the best way to look at it.
Yeah,
It's the only way
I
to
want
look
to
at
care
it.
about other people, but at the end of the day, that's all.
about
I
you,
got to be
yeah.
sober first. I got to be
For
sober
sure.
first, for sure.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you, Lou.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
All right.
Hey there. No need to adjust your TV, or more likely,
Wow, that was like super awesome. I know I didn't play the beginning part. You should go watch it. But yeah, that dude had a hell of a time in his life, it sounds like.
your phone, you're watching a recycled commercial. See, at Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save our money so we can save you money. So instead of paying for a new
Oh man. Speak of the devil.
Quote, without him, we would have lost 2 crucial battles, perhaps the war, and with it, our freedom. George Washington. And the fact that you probably have no idea who I'm talking about is a tragedy that we're gonna fix right now. Today we're talking about Peter Francisco, aka the Virginia Giant, also known as the Virginian Hercules or the Giant of the American Revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I've wanted to make this video for years, and I've worked on and off on it for years, but the problem is everything about this man online reads like an urban legend or a myth, and I don't make videos on urban legends, I make videos on things that actually happened. The urban legend is essentially this: a 5-year-old boy washes up on the shore in Virginia, he doesn't speak English, he speaks Portuguese, he winds up becoming becoming a blacksmith's apprentice where he grows to a staggering size of 6'6", 280 pounds.
Damn!
Now, obviously, that's a large man by today's standards, but it's not like freakishly insanely big by today's standards. But you gotta remember, this is the mid-1700s. The average man is only 5'5". George Washington in this era is renowned as being a giant man. He's only 6'2", 190 pounds. This guy is 4 inches larger and 100 pounds heavier. And he has what can only be described as superhuman strength, because despite his massive size, which would imply that he's very strong, he was somehow able to lift an 1,100-pound cannon barrel onto his shoulder and carry it off the battlefield so it didn't fall into the hands of the British at the Battle of Camden. Then, according to legend, after hearing about this and seeing him on the battlefield on other occasions, George Washington himself commissioned the creation of somewhere between a 5-foot and 6-foot long broadsword for Peter Francisco that was so large and so heavy, the average man of that time couldn't even unsheath it.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
Francisco then proceeded to carry that sword into battle at Guilford's courthouse and cut 11 British soldiers in half. And somewhere along the way, he once also got into a bar fight by himself against 11 British dragoons, beat all of them, and then stole their horses. And that is the legend of Peter Francisco, but I now believe that I have the full story, and to be completely intellectually honest with you, I cannot prove beyond the shadow of a doubt with hard evidence and primary sources that this is exactly how everything went down. But this is the best guess, and we're gonna get to it right after a word from our sponsor. What are you doing?
Look what the Easter Bunny got me.
Oh, he got you a Ninja Turtle?
Yeah.
You know what the Easter Bunny's tax rate is?
No.
It's 0.
0.
Yeah.
The tabs you open here are also here. Choose Chrome to share tabs across devices.
To say that I love this job is an understatement.
I've been on the data annotation platform for about 1.5 years now, and it's honestly been...
Good job. All right, you guys know the deal. Delete Me, online subscription model. You give them money every month. They turn around and make sure that data brokers on the internet aren't selling your personal information. What does this actually do in practice? It gets rid of your personal info, isn't just floating around the internet for anybody to be able to buy for a couple of bucks. Okay, I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same thing. I don't want to give Delete Me all my personal information either. I'm trying to get my personal information off the internet. Why would I give it to an internet company? You don't really have to give them your personal information. It's honestly kind of creepy. I gave them my name and my email address, and that was it. They came back to me a couple days later and was like, is this your address or one of your previous addresses? It was. Is this your mom's full name? Uh-huh. Is that your dad's full name? Uh-huh. Are you related to this person? Did you go to this high school? They knew everything about me and knew exactly who I was just by me giving them my name and my email. All I had to do was answer a couple of yes or no questions as to whether or not that was in fact me, which it was, at which point they're like, cool, go ahead, pay for our subscription service. We'll go to all the data brokers where we found this information and force them to delete it. And as long as you keep being a paying member, they will continue to monitor all these data brokers for your personal information, and if these data brokers do acquire it again, they will force them to delete it again. In my opinion, it's definitely worth it. I've been using them since before they were paying me to talk about them, and I'm going to keep using them after they quit paying me to talk about them. If you want to give it a try, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. Our story begins in 1765 at the docks of City Point, Virginia. One of the men working the docks this day is a guy by the name of James Durrell. There's a big ship anchored out there, and then he sees that the whaling boat is getting rowed closer and closer to the dock, so he goes out to the dock to meet these people to see what they want. As they get closer and closer, he can start to see, okay, there's some grown men, and then what appears to be a child on board. They get closer and closer. Eventually, they pull up to the dock, don't tie off or anything, just hand him a 5-year-old boy and then row away. So James is like, what the fuck? And those guys just keep rowing. So he looks down at this 5-year-old kid. The kid is in very, very nice clothes. He's got silver buckles on his shoes that are the letters P and H. Like, it's very apparent that whatever family this kid comes from, that family has money. So he looks at this 5-year-old little rich kid and is like, what is going on? Who are you? And the kid just like looks at him blankly. And then he comes to realize, okay, this kid, he doesn't speak English. So he resorts to the timeless classic. My name is James. James, what's your name? And the kid looks at him and says, Pedro Francisco. All right, Pedro Francisco, the P and H boot buckles are starting to make a little bit more sense now. We don't call people Pedro here. This is America. Your name's Peter now.
Hello, Peter.
Hi.
From here, not really knowing what to do, maybe somebody's coming to pick this kid up later, so he takes him up to the wharf, gets the kid fed. The whole day passes, nobody comes to get this kid. So they get him a bed, he stays the night, and he ends up living there for weeks, and nobody's coming to get this kid. Nobody knows who he is. From here, they start theorizing. They figure out, this kid speaks Portuguese. Maybe he was kidnapped by those guys, and then they decided to back out and dropped him off, or maybe they were trying to hold him for ransom, and they weren't going to pay the ransom and didn't know what to do with the kid, or maybe he was taken on as a captain's apprentice, and the captain took the money to take him on as an apprentice, but didn't actually want to train him, so he just dropped him off at a dock somewhere. We have no idea. And nobody would know for sure who this kid was or where he came from until like the 1970s. In 1971, a doctor would go to Terceira Island in the Azores island chain off of Portugal, and there he would set about figuring out who Peter or Pedro Francisco actually was. And he found that there was a Pedro Francisco born on the island in 1760 to a fairly wealthy family, and that wealthy family had a bunch of documentation on the island. They had birth certificates, death certificates for the mother, the father, the siblings, but for Pedro Francisco, there was only a birth certificate, no death certificate, no other documentation proving that he lived on that island other than that, which strongly suggests that he was kidnapped. But nobody's gonna figure that out for 200 years, and there's this kid living inside the wharf, and eventually the local authorities come by and they're like, look, this kid can't live here forever. We're gonna have to take him and put him into an orphanage. And the workers at the wharf, they've come to like this kid. He's starting to learn English. He's a nice kid. He can stay here with us. You don't have to ship him off to an orphanage. And the local authorities are like, absolutely not. We're not gonna let a bunch of dock workers raise a kid. No. So the workers want to make sure he goes to a good home, call up somebody they know, this wealthy guy in town, a guy by the name of Judge Anthony Winston, who lives on this massive plantation right outside of town. He comes by, visits the kid, he likes the kid, he agrees that he'll take the kid in. The judge tells the local authorities, I'm gonna handle it. It's 1764. Judge says he's gonna take care of it. Okay, the matter is settled. He goes to live in Hunting Tower with Judge Anthony Winston. From here, we don't know a ton about his childhood. We know that he was never an indentured servant, but we also know that he was never formally adopted. The best guess is that the judge loved him, thought of him as a son, raised him that way, but the judge's wife didn't really care for him and she wouldn't allow him to formally adopt him. So basically, Peter grows up on this plantation getting treated like Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. He's the bastard child that's still, the son of the king. He pretty much immediately starts growing like a weed. Allegedly, he's the size of a full-grown man by the time he's like 8 years old, and obviously he outgrows the shoes that he showed up at the dock with. And remember, those shoes had those very ornate P and H shoe buckles on them, and the judge didn't want those to get, thrown out or him to lose them because it's the only thing he has that he showed up to America with. So the judge, as a gift to him, has them recrafted from shoe buckles into knee buckles that would go on his pants that he would wear for the rest of his life. We also know that obviously this was the 1700s. He's clearly going to end up working on this plantation, and the thing that he gravitated toward at a young age was blacksmithing, and then he would actually go out and shoe the horses. By the time he was 10, he was almost 6 feet tall, and it was said that when a horse didn't want to get shoed, he could physically hold the horse's leg and shoe it at the same time while it was resisting. We also know that he didn't really get any formal education because he wasn't able to read or write till much later in life. However, he was exceptionally intelligent because he was always hanging out with his new dad, Judge Winston, and all of his buddies. And one of those buddies that came to visit frequently was a lawyer by the name of Patrick Henry that would go on to become Peter Francisco's mentor. If you don't know, Patrick Henry is one of the biggest voices early on in the American Revolution, and Peter Francisco would follow him around from town to town while he delivered speeches, basically stoking the flames of what would become the American Revolution. And this comes to a head on March 30th, 1775, when Peter Francisco is 15 years old at St. John's Episcopal Church in Richmond, Virginia, when Patrick Henry delivers one of the most famous lines in American history, "Give me liberty or give me death." And Peter Francisco is sitting right there when it happens. And this is a tipping point for Peter Francisco. I mean, he's been following around Patrick Henry for years at this point, listening to these speeches. He's already got this huge amount of patriotism and understanding for his age. And then he hears those words, "Give me liberty or give me death." As soon as he gets back home to Judge Winston, he goes to him and asks his permission to join the United States military. And Judge Winston has, the proud dad moment of, I'm really proud I helped raise a man that wants to do this, but also, you're 15 years old. I understand that right now you're 6'5", 250 pounds, and I'm looking up at you while I say this, but you're not old enough. We need to give it a little bit more time. And Peter actually ends up respecting his father's wishes, and he waits until he has permission, which would come about a year later on October 10th, 1776, when he would enlist in the 10th Virginia Regiment.
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was a test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I've got to go into like build kite and like look at the test logs. I was just like, So I could just click into the skills tab and I'd just be like, build kite, okay, sick. Someone has like already figured this out for me. So I was like, okay. I ran the command.
So the 10th Virginia Regiment, a lot like many other American military units at this point in time, early on in the Revolutionary War, it's just a ragtag group of whoever. You've got everything from 16, 17-year-old kids that are showing up, don't even know how to use a musket, and you've got crazy mountain men coming from the wild frontier that have been fighting Native Americans, wearing buckskins, carrying mountain rifles and tomahawks. So obviously, Peter kind of sticks out. He's like 15, 16 years old. He's a foot taller than everybody else. He's 100 pounds bigger, and he can't really shoot a musket to save his life. Because of that, he gets singled out. A lot of the guys are giving him a hard time, and then one day that all changes when this wild frontiersman wearing a buckskin with the rifle and the tomahawk, just like I said, his name's John Allen, starts giving Peter Francisco shit about how bad he is at shooting this musket, and he's ripping into him, and he's like, you can't hit a cow at 60 yards, and I can hit a squirrel at 200 yards. In fact, I could probably hit a target better with my tomahawk than you can with your musket. Go ahead, Peter. Why don't you go ahead, point to something, I'll hit it with my tomahawk. I'll show you. So Peter, being the smart kid, he sets him up. He looks down and he goes, okay, you see that pine tree? Okay, look like 10, 15 feet up. You see that patch right there where the branches split? Hit that. John Allen jumps up, throws his tomahawk, and splits this thing right down the middle. John Allen whips around as arrogant as ever, like, see, told you I could do that shit. And Peter Francisco just says in front of all the other boys, yeah, that was pretty impressive. How you gonna get it down?
Gotcha, bitch.
Everybody starts laughing their ass off like the kid just set you up, you just lost your tomahawk. Absolutely hilarious. John Allen gets fucking pissed. Peter Francisco, big sweetheart, big teddy bear, actually starts to feel bad for the guy, so he walks over to the tree, looks over at John Allen, he squats down and puts his hand like this and says, John, come here, sit on my hand. And John Allen's like, I'm not doing that. I'm a 170-pound man. I'm not gonna let you pick me up into this tree so I can get my tomahawk down. And Peter Francisco, using his gigantic booming voice, just goes, sit! Peter then proceeds to single-handedly lift a grown-ass man by his ass into the tree so he can receive his tomahawk and sets him back down. Which coincidentally was the last time anybody gave Peter shit. Also, him and John Allen became really good friends. Now from here, they get sent off to their first battle at the Battle of Brandywine. Basically, what's going on at the war at this point in time is the British General Howe has decided he's going to take a massive British force, march south from New York to Philadelphia, the home of the revolution, and just crush the revolution right now, right out of the gate. George Washington needs to get there, get past Philadelphia, intercept him to save it so the revolution can live on. So obviously, in order to do that, he's going to have to march all of his men either past or through Philadelphia, and he opts to go through Philadelphia and stage a parade because you got to remember, there's still people that are loyal to the crown, there's people that are loyal to the revolution, and he thinks showing people, here's how many young men are willing to go off and fight for this, you should believe in them, and maybe we can actually win this war. So on August 24th, 1777, 10,000 American patriots marched through Philadelphia on their way to Brandywine Creek to stop the British, Peter Francisco included. Obviously, Peter sticks out marching through this parade, being like 18 inches taller than everybody else. Fast forward a couple of weeks, Peter's gonna see his first taste of battle on September 11th, 1777 at the Battle of Brandywine. Washington's army is set up, blocking all the easy crossing points along the Brandywine River. Washington's plan here is to basically force all the British people under General Howe's command to have to march through these narrow channels to cross the river, and his army is gonna light them up in this fatal funnel and win the battle. It's a solid plan. What Washington doesn't know is that a bunch of Tories, people that are still loyal to the British, have went around and then informed the British of the crossing points that aren't guarded or are very lightly guarded, and the British have exploited that to move a massive force into Washington's flank, and he doesn't know they're there. So when the battle kicks off, the Americans get flanked from where they're not expecting it by a massive force, and the American line starts to disintegrate. Very quickly, this situation goes from we're here to stop the British to we need to get the fuck out of here, otherwise we're all gonna get captured and or killed, and the American Revolution is over before it's even really begun. So George Washington and Marquis de Lafayette jump into action, they start organizing the retreat, and Nathaniel Greene, aka the Fighting Quaker, takes the men under his command, the men from Virginia, including Peter Francisco, and forms a new line to cover their retreat. So Peter Francisco and his guys get the order, they run out of this wood line into this open plowed field, they're gonna set up a new line and cover the retreat of Washington and Marquis de Lafayette's men, and Peter elects to brings some of the wood line with him. According to the story, he picks up what is described as a medium-sized tree and carries it into the plowed field with him and lays it long ways so him and a bunch of other guys can use it for cover. So Peter and his buddies are posted up behind this tree, waiting for the order to fire. They get the order, they launch several volleys into the British line as they're approaching, and then they get the order to prepare for the bayonets. They're about to bayonet charge the British. Peter Francisco, oh shit moment, looks over to his right. There's his buddy John Allen. He can't mount a bayonet to his mountain rifle, so he pulls out his tomahawk. Peter Francisco looks to his left. There's his other buddy, Adams. They all stand up and get ready to hop over this tree and make the charge, and Adams takes a round directly to the chest and falls over dead. Peter, 17-year-old kind-hearted gentle giant, seeing his friend killed a foot to his left, loses his shit, hops the tree, and charges the British before the order's even given, and all the rest of the 10th Virginia follows. And Peter isn't even effectively using his bayonet, you know, like a spear. He's literally out there swinging a 6-foot-tall rifle and bayonet like it is a baseball bat, knocking British in half, and it's described as cutting men down as if it were a scythe.
This is the Google AI Professional Certificate.
Start here to gain the skills for a new way of working.
Maybe you've asked AI to help write an email or to summarize a long document.
He ran his sword through that man as though he were nothing.
Someone dies every time he swings his sword.
This goes on for a little bit, and then eventually the British just kind of evaporate. The rest of the unit that they were engaging falls back to the other end of this field, and the men under Nathaniel Greene's command continue engaging the British in this shootout where they hold off long enough for the rest of the army to retreat, and it finally ends at nightfall. The American army retreats back to Chester, which is on the Delaware River. The battle did not go how they wanted, but the revolution survived to fight another day. Cutting back to Peter Francisco, after the British that he's engaging in hand-to-hand combat are all either dead or retreated, John Allen, who also survived, points out like, hey, Peter, you're bleeding from your leg. He looks down, he's got blood all over his leg. He's like, huh. He then proceeds to go to the field hospital. It is there that he finds out that he has been shot in the leg by a musket, and he is, by sheer coincidence or fate, sat down in an aid tent right next to another man who was famously shot in the leg at the Battle of Brandywine, Marquis de Lafayette. Marquis de Lafayette immediately recognizes him as like, oh, you must be the only giant fucking dude moving trees on the battlefield. That was impressive as shit. He then instructs the doctor that is helping him, and only him, to help Peter Francisco as well. Which raises a question for some of you. Why does this Marquis de Lafayette guy have his own personal doctor? Well, because he's kind of fucking important. You see, Marquis de Lafayette isn't his name, it's actually his title. His real name is Gilbert Montier, and he is French nobility.
I'm being beaten up by a guy called Rupert.
Which is weird because King Louis of France made it illegal for French nobility or French officers to go help in the American Revolution. And Gilbert over here at 19 years old said, fuck that, I'm gonna go fight in the American Revolution anyways because I want to. This kid is the equivalent of like a billionaire back then, okay? He had an inheritance that granted him $50,000 a month back in the 1700s. It's millions of dollars today. He went down in France to a harbor, bought a ship, sailed it to America, and then got in with George Washington and started helping fight against the British. And later on, he is the one that would convince France to help America in the Revolution. It's not an exaggeration to say that if this rich kid didn't get a wild hair up his ass to go fight the British, America might not even exist today. And now Peter Francisco is sitting next to him in the field hospital, and they've just become best friends. So they're hanging out in this hospital tent for a few days. They become really good buddies. Marquis de Lafayette's gonna get shipped out to a bigger hospital for more care. And Peter Francisco, he's young, he's a giant, he's a freak of nature. He's already healed and well enough to get back on the front lines. So before they go to part ways, Marquis de Lafayette is like, hey, what do you want? What can I do for you? I want like a token of gratitude, you know, of our friendship or whatever. And Peter Francisco's kind of caught off guard, and he's like, I don't know. I guess I could really use a sword, like a big one, bigger than the tiny ones that you guys are all carrying around. And Marquis de Lafayette is like, obviously, a giant sword for a giant man. I'll talk to Washington for you. And that's it. They part ways, and that's the last he hears of it for a while. From here, Peter Francisco participates at the Battle of Germantown, which would ultimately be another American loss. After that, he is detached from the 10th Virginia Regiment and reassigned to a light infantry unit that is, at this point in time, the cream of the crop, the best America has to offer, in many ways, the Special Forces Green Berets of their day. With this new unit, he sees combat at Fort Mifflin, also known as Mud Island, which would ultimately culminate in another American loss before they have to bed down for winter at Valley Forge. We have no idea of Peter's personal story at Valley Forge, but it's probably probably because it sucked and nobody wanted to remember it. Basically, they sat there all through winter, froze their ass off. They had very little clothing. Some guys didn't have shoes. They were all starving and afflicted with disease, and a ton of people died. Coming out of winter in Valley Forge, the war resumes, and Peter next sees combat at the Battle of Monmouth in June of 1778. Tactically speaking, this battle results in a draw, which isn't great, but up until this point, America was kind of getting their asses beat every time they met them. Now, coming out of Valley Forge, they appear to be fighting better, so that's good. As for Peter Francisco specifically, he gets shot in the leg again, which he proceeds to walk it off and go to his next battle. And that battle is at Stony Point. All right, here's what's going on at the Battle of Stony Point. Stony Point has this fort. This fort is considered impregnable and overlooks the Hudson River, so no ships could get past it without taking cannon fire. Pretty strategic position. The Americans had control of it. The British, utilizing their massive navy, took a bunch of troops up there, took it over, sending the message to George Washington and the Revolution, hey, we got the bigger navy, we can do what the fuck we want. To which George Washington famously replied, and I quote, bet. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't actually say that, but his actions did. George Washington personally rides up there to evaluate the impregnable defenses of Stony Point, and he comes up with a plan. But first, he needs more intel. He needs to know the weaknesses of this fort from inside the fort. So he has an officer pretend to surrender under a white flag, get inside the fort, and then take a bunch of mental notes of what the best strategy would be. And when he gets that intel back to him, they come to the conclusion that the backside is going to be the weakest. To which George Washington is like, all right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our most elite unit, our best guys, the light infantry that Peter Francisco is currently in. We're going to have them, under the cover of night, sneak around the backside, scale the cliffs, scale the wall of the fort, get in there with bayonets, and kill everybody. In order to do that, we're going to launch a distraction. I'm going to move a bunch of troops up to the fort from the land. We're going to open fire with muskets and cannons at night so I have their attention, and the guys with the bayonets are going to come up from behind them and take the entire fort. And they're not just winging this, they've thought this out. They take white pieces of paper and have all the American troops stick them in their hats. That way they can identify each other in the darkness of night. They send scouts out days before to get rid of all the stray dogs so they don't have to worry about a dog barking.
Hell yeah.
And the guys that are going to go around the back end and scale the wall are ordered not to even load their muskets because they don't want to misfire. They're going to scale the wall and get straight into a knife fight. Okay, I'm speculating here, but I'm assuming Peter Francisco is pumped about being on this mission. Okay, he doesn't like the whole let's stand in a line and fire our muskets. He's not that good at shooting a rifle. He is good, however, at beating the shit out of people up and close because he's a giant. And that is why he's given a special mission within the special mission. Peter, you're going to be the one that gets to the flagpole and rips down their colors. Okay, because you got to remember, this is back in the day. This is basically a giant game of capture the flag. If I get to your flagpole, rip the colors down, and raise my colors, I win. So we're sending in Peter Francisco to take out whoever you've got guarding that flagpole. I don't know who you guys got playing goalie over there, but they're about to have a bad day. The plan kicks off on July 16th, 1779, right at midnight when Washington has his men start opening fire on the front side of the fort. After the attack is underway and the British begin firing back, they have the British's attention. The light infantry moves around the outside, being led by Lieutenant James Gibbons. They wade through the waters of the Hudson River, then they scale the walls of the fort, and the first man over the wall is Lieutenant James Gibbons, and the man right behind him is Peter Francisco. As the rest of the men scale the wall, they begin their bayonet attack, and Peter Francisco heads straight to the flagpole. As he approaches it, it is being guarded by a single man, and then the British alarm goes off, but it's too late. There's already hundreds of American light infantry inside the fort. As Peter bears down on this lone sentry, the sentry becomes aware of the presence of Peter, and judging by the oh shit look on his face, he's already fired his musket, and he doesn't have enough time to reload. At this point, Peter charges, and to the sentry's credit, the guy stands his ground, and he lunges at Peter and attempts to bayonet him. Peter quickly takes one hand off of his rifle, swats this guy's bayonet away. The bayonet just grazes his abdomen, giving him a 9-inch gash across his stomach, and stabs him with the other arm. Peter then presumably removes the British colors, hoists the American flag, and guards the flagpole for the remainder of the battle, which only lasts about 25 minutes before every redcoat inside the fortress is killed and or captured. Now it's at this point that I need to keep us on track here. Peter Francisco is 19 years old. He's already fought in multiple battles in the Revolutionary War. He's been shot in the leg twice. He now has a 9-inch saber wound across his abdomen, and he spent winter in Valley Forge freezing and starving to death. At this point, it's probably time to take a break.
Let's do this. Leroy!
God, he just ran in.
Yeah, so anyways, the next battle he fights in is Paulus Hook about a month later. We don't know much about what Peter did during this battle, but it was said that he stalked and killed 2 British grenadiers despite his injuries. Next couple of months after that were pretty uneventful, and by December, the army's getting ready to winter down in New Jersey, and Peter Francisco's enlistment is up, so he decides that he's gonna go home.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
So Peter heads back home, and when he gets there, to his surprise, his aura has kind of shifted in relation to everybody else. He's used to getting stared at and getting looks out in public, but it was always, holy shit, look at the size of that one. And now it's, holy shit, that's Peter Francisco, the war hero. People now know who he is. He has respect from pretty much everybody. Aside from that, life just kind of goes back to normal. He's living at Huntington Tower with his dad, and he's shoeing horses. He's working on the plantation. He's just doing Peter Francisco stuff for like 6 months. Except for, now he does have a new thing. He does like to go out drinking with the boys at the local tavern because, well, he served with a lot of these guys. The 10th Virginia Regiment was all recruited from the same general area, and a lot of them also finished their enlistment and came back home. So now he's got a new group of buddies. Then one day the boys are out drinking at the bar. They're having a couple of beers, and then some sergeant from the army comes in and he starts trying to recruit people. Obviously, this starts with swapping war stories, people talking up Peter Francisco, how awesome he is. Next thing you know, Peter Francisco wakes up the next morning after a bender and is then informed that he got so drunk he re-enlisted in the army. And then it gets worse when he realizes that wasn't a Continental Army recruiter, that was a recruiter for the Virginia militia. Okay, I need you to understand how ridiculous this is. Peter Francisco was basically top-level Special Forces operator of his day. He was trained by Frederick von Steuben with the Light Infantry. He's shared the battlefield with Marquis de Lafayette and George Washington, and he just got drunk and accidentally enlisted in the militia. This is like Rambo joining the National Guard, okay? Like, not that there's anything wrong with serving in the National Guard, it's just we weren't expecting that caliber of person to come through the doors. You know what I mean? It's like a high school football team drafting Marshawn Lynch for their running back.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that over and 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 over.
But you know what? Judge Winston didn't raise him to be a bitch. He said he was going to do it, so he goes off and does it. So Peter shows up to the militia. He recognizes some other guys there. Like, there's some guys that have previous actual Continental Army experience, so that's good. But everybody else is just untrained, whoever Joe Blow that showed up with their own gun. Then the man in charge of the militia, Colonel William Mayo, sees Peter Francisco walking by, and he's like, oh shit, that's Peter Francisco. Hey, come here. Yeah, you're my bodyguard now. Shortly thereafter, he finds himself being the bodyguard for Colonel William Mayo at the Battle of Camden. Now, at the Battle of Camden, the Americans line up against the British. It's 2,100 Americans versus 4,000 British. The Americans have 1,500 regulars, Continental Army guys, and 600 militia. Peter Francisco and the militia are off to one side of the formation, and the battle kicks off. They're trading volleys back and forth, and the British start marching towards them. So the Virginia militia starts marching at them as well. Now, the problem here is, a lot of militia at the time didn't have bayonets. All of the British have bayonets. So another volley or two gets fired back and forth, and then it becomes apparent they're about to get into a bayonet fight, and they don't have bayonets, at which point some of them turn around and start running. And then more, and then more, and then more. They're just running past Colonel Mayo and Peter Francisco. Peter Francisco and the Colonel are yelling at their guys, trying to form them back up, trying to reassure them. It's not working. These guys are running for the wood line. And very quickly, it goes from Colonel Mayo trying to get his men to stand their ground to, hey guys, can we at least bring the cannons with us, please? I mean, we're in a war. These are kind of important. They're hard to come by. We don't want to lose them to the British. We're going to need these for later. Let's grab the guns. Nobody listens. They keep running for the wood line. Thinking fast, Peter Francisco evaluates the situation, looks at the gun. The horses that were pulling it are dead now, and he just kind of like walks around it real quick, then lifts it and breaks the cannon tube free from like the wheels and the yoke, and then proceeds to pick it up onto his shoulder and carry it to behind the Continental line because the Continentals are still in the fight. Now, according to legend, this cannon barrel weighed 1,100 pounds, which let's be honest here, that's not humanly possible. There's nobody on the planet that can lift 1,100 pounds. The strongest men today that are Peter Francisco's height or taller and weigh 400 pounds can barely deadlift 1,000 pounds, let alone hoist up an irregular shaped tube of metal onto their shoulder and carry it through a field. And we know this because they got together and they tried. Eddie Hall, Brian Shaw, and Robert Oberst, some of the strongest humans to ever walk the face of the planet, with the benefits of steroids and modern science, and they were were unable to lift a cannon that was even 400 pounds and complete this feat, they came to the consensus that this cannon probably could have weighed somewhere between 300 and 350 pounds, which is the approximate weight of what a smaller cannon during the Revolutionary War would have weighed. Buh, so he doesn't have superhuman strength. I can lift 300 pounds in the gym. Buh, you can shut the fuck up. You can lift 300 pounds in the gym after you've stretched and warmed up, and that weight is perfectly balanced and designed to be picked up by a human, and then you can lift it in a very strict mechanical motion. Your ass is not about to pick up a 300-pound metal object that is irregular shaped with a weird weight that you can't get a grip on, hoist it onto your shoulder, and farmers carry it through a battlefield while you're getting ran down by British dragoons. Is the 1,100-pound cannon thing an embellishment? Almost certainly. They probably took the weight of the actual cannon plus the wheels plus the yoke and everything else and said it was 1,100 pounds. But in reality, this man just carried a 350-pound cannon through a battlefield. He is a freak of nature. Cutting back to the actual battle, Peter Francisco drags his cannon back to the Continental Line, gets it to relative safety, and then he hears Colonel Mayo yell, and he turns around and sees that Colonel Mayo is being held at gunpoint by a British grenadier, and he's like, oh shit, I'm supposed to protect that guy. So he immediately grabs his musket and shoots that British grenadier. That guy drops, the colonel's saved, and then immediately there's a British guy on a horse with a sword barreling down on the colonel. Peter Francisco quickly runs, shoves the colonel out of the way, stabs this British guy off of his horse, and then chases down and grabs the horse. By the time he gets his horse, he's like a couple hundred yards away from the colonel, so thinking fast, needing to get this horse back to the colonel, he grabs a hat off of a dead British guy, puts it on his head, and then he takes his coat off, so he's just rolling around with his undershirt with a British hat on, so the British are just assuming he's one of them, rides through the rest of the battle straight to the colonel, hops off the horse, gets the colonel on the horse, and says, get the fuck out of here. The colonel takes off on the horse, okay, cool, did my job, looks at the rest of the battlefield, the Continentals are starting to retreat at this point, America's kind of getting its ass kicked, so he's like, I guess I'm going to the wood line too, goes back to the wood line, and he's like, I guess my enlistment's over? My unit's just been disbanded? Fuck this, I'm going home. Which is exactly what he does, thus concluding one of the greatest I got drunk at a bar once with my buddies stories ever. I mean, you talk about dad lore, like, Dad, what were you like when you were younger? Oh, let me tell you, son, me and my friends got drunk at a bar once. I accidentally enlisted in the Virginia militia, found myself at the Battle of Camden, where I picked up a 350-pound cannon, carried it to safety, and then I had to spear a guy off of a horse to save the colonel.
And I killed a guy with a trident.
And the best part, Colonel Mayo never forgot about me saving his ass, so when he passed away in his will, he left me 1,000 acres of land and gave me this decorative sword.
This is a sword that was given to Peter Francisco, a hero of the American Revolution.
Imagine if you could turn any idea in your mind into a perfect, realistic photo. No Photoshop.
So Peter Francisco goes home for a little bit, then he starts getting that itch again. He's like, man, riding that horse through the battlefield was kind of fun. Ah, fuck it, I'm gonna go re-enlist again. Now, technically, he does wind up joining the militia again, but this time it's not a new, propped-up, green militia unit that's never seen combat. This is an established militia that's been fighting for a while, and it's a cavalry unit. Buh, you said cavalry. Buh. No, I didn't. Okay, look, I talk fast, and when you talk fast, the words kind of sound similar, but I promise you, I'll put us all on the same page right now, okay? Peter Francisco will be riding a horse into battle, not the hill Jesus died on, although that would be way cooler. Now, shut up. Anyways, the militia's not, like, on its own doing militia stuff. They're immediately going to report to Colonel William Washington to join his cavalry, and they're going to be fighting in the next battle, so he's basically a regular. And when Francisco's unit does get to Colonel William Washington, this militia unit is oddly well equipped. Bayonets, new guns, the whole 9 yards. And when they get asked about it, they are informed that, oh, well, Peter Francisco along the way there decided that he was going to sneak into a British outpost and steal a bunch of shit and wheel it out under the dark of night with a hog sled. So go ahead and add world's biggest cat burglar to this guy's resume as well. Anyways, they're like, Peter Francisco, why do I know that name? Oh shit, we have a package for that guy. We've been trying to find him. We're supposed to give it to him. It's from George Washington. Peter has no idea what this is about, so he gets his package. It is a 5-foot long broadsword.
Yes! That's awesome.
He had completely forgotten that Marquis de Lafayette was going to ask George Washington to custom make a broadsword for him to carry into battle. Apparently, Marquis de Lafayette did not forget. The sword is made, and now he has it. I wish I could show you a picture of the actual sword because I want to see it too. Unfortunately, the best I can tell, the sword was destroyed in the early 1900s in a museum fire in Virginia. But I believe it looks something like this, which would be terrifying to have a giant swing at you. How convenient. The sword just disappeared one day. It's almost like it's one big giant legend and myth. No, asshole, the sword existed, and I can prove it because we have documentation in the Virginia State Library that in 1861, Peter Francisco's grandson tried to withdraw the sword from a museum so that he could carry it into the Civil War. We also have the testimony of the people that worked at the museum that supposedly the sword wound up at that said, yeah, there was definitely a massive fucking sword here, but I haven't seen it since that fire. And if that's still not enough to persuade you, it's literally on the bronze plaque on the monument commemorating the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse, which is also known as the Peter Francisco fucking Monument. Anyways, speaking of Guilford's Courthouse. All right, the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse, this is the beginning of the end of the American Revolution. What's going on at this point in time is America is just coming off of a humongous win at the Battle of Cowpens. Now, the Battle of Cowpens is a strategic masterpiece. It's my favorite battle of the American Revolution, carried out by my favorite general of the American Revolution, Daniel Morgan, who I've also done a video on, so we're not going to rehash the entire thing. The long and short of it is, Mel Gibson's character in the movie The Patriot, one of the guys that his character is based off of is Daniel Morgan, and the final battle scene of the movie is an amalgamation of the Battle of Cowpens and the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse because they essentially play out the same way. Daniel Morgan forms his guys up against Bannister Tarleton, you know, Malfoy's dad from The Patriot, and they have this battle. And during this battle, Bannister Tarleton comes to the realization that Daniel Morgan has made a critical mistake. He has militia forming up the center of his formation, which is something you should never do because the militia are the guys that are most likely to break. They're not as well trained, they're not as well equipped, and they're more likely to turn and run. And if that happens, the entire formation fractures and the battle's pretty much over. So Bannister Tarleton has his men charge for the center of the formation. The militia fires a few volleys, then they turn and run, and the British give the order to chase them down. They're going to squash the revolution right now, and the militia runs over, up the hill, down the hill. The British chase them, and then all of the militia guys dive onto the ground because there's a shit ton of regulars back there that open fire on the British. Daniel Morgan baited Bannister Tarleton. This leads to a humongous American victory where they kill, capture, or wound over 1,000 British soldiers. This is a humongous blow to the British military in the Carolinas, and the only force left is the guys underneath General Cornwallis, about 2,100 men. So now the strategy for America becomes drive this last remaining force of General Cornwallis's men out of the Carolinas. To do that, George Washington's right-hand guy, Nathaniel Greene, the fighting Quaker, is going to take his army and confront General Cornwallis at Guilford's Courthouse. After the Battle of Cowpens, Daniel Morgan's not going to make it because he's sick and bedridden after the battle, but he does take time to write Nathaniel Greene. I'm not going to read the entire letter, but the gist of it is, hey, here's how I won that battle at Cowpens. The play's not broke. Keep using it. Do it again. And Nathaniel Greene takes the advice. He forms up his front line made out of Green militia, instructs them to fire twice and then retreat. Then his second line is also made up primarily of militia, but this is experienced militia that's going to be able to put up a fight, make this believable. These guys wind up getting off somewhere between 10 and 20 volleys against the British, and then they retreat back into a wood line behind them. The British then chase them through a wood line, breaking up their formation as well, and then on the other end of this small wood line is Nathaniel Greene with all of his best guys on top of a hill with formations and cannons ready and waiting for him. And then as soon as the British enter the open field, William Washington, accompanied by Peter Francisco, is going to ride his cavalry into the flank and crush everybody. And that's pretty much more or less exactly how it plays out. Cornwallis sees the front lines made up out of militia. They break the militia line, they charge, they run into the Virginians, exchange 10 to 20 volleys. The Virginian militia retreats back into the wood line. They follow.
I believe I see militia forming at their center.
The British come through the wood line in discombobulated formations, just as they had planned. William Washington leads his cavalry in a charge with Peter Francisco right next to him. On the first charge, Peter Francisco cuts down 2 men with his broadsword, and then a third man spears him with his bayonet through his calf, at which point Peter Francisco's like, "Ah!" And then presumably the British guy looks up and sees that there's a giant on top of this horse, and he's like,
Data annotation is wonderful. You can work from your phone, your laptop, or desktop. It's actually interesting work.
He then pulls his bayonet out of Peter's calf and turns to run. Peter wheels the horse around, chases the guy down, lifts his sword, and I will now refer to an eyewitness account as to what happened next. Lieutenant Philip Holcombe Quote, Francisco's sword hit the soldier squarely on the head with such force that his head cleft in two, a half falling to each shoulder. The battle rages on. Peter Francisco allegedly kills a total of 11 men with his broadsword before ultimately catching a bayonet at his knee that rides all the way up to his hip bone, flinging him from his horse. Severely wounded, he stumbles into the woodline and loses consciousness leaned up against a tree. While he's out, the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse rages on. The Americans are inflicting heavy casualties against the British, but the British aren't giving any sign that they're about to give up. So eventually Nathaniel Greene decides, we've done enough damage, I'm not going to risk the rest of my army. He retreats. Now, despite the fact that the Americans inflicted a 2-to-1 casualty rate against the British, this is still technically and tactically a loss for America because they retreated.
It's understandable.
But strategically, and looking at the bigger picture, this was a humongous win for America because they crippled Cornwallis's army so bad that he had to retreat back to Yorktown, which set the stage for the siege of Yorktown, which essentially was the last major battle of the American Revolution. But that's beside the point. Cutting back to Peter Francisco, who's currently dying in the woodline, he sits there for hours going in and out of consciousness, and in the hours after the battle, he's found by Quakers that take him in and nurse him back to health for weeks. Ultimately, he winds up surviving. Apparently, bacteria's even scared of this guy, but once he's well enough, he winds up walking back home over 200 miles back to Huntington Tower, Virginia. Also worth mentioning, it's said that sometime after the battle at Guilford's Courthouse and serving under William Washington recommended or offered him an officer's commission, which he refused because he couldn't read or write. This is another one of those small details that gets called out as not being true, so it casts doubt on the entire story because people are dumb and they get confused. They hear Washington, they assume George Washington.
John Hancock. It's Herbie Hancock.
Obviously, George Washington didn't recommend him to be an officer or he'd be an officer. It wasn't George Washington, it was William Washington, who he directly served with. However, we still don't have any primary sources to prove that that happened, but it doesn't seem that far-fetched because what we do have is that after the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse, Nathaniel Greene sent him a gift, a very decorative razor set with a different razor for every day of the week that is now on display in a museum in Greensboro. We still have that today. So, very high-ranking people in the Revolutionary military know of him and feel compelled to give him gifts. The notion that they would make him an officer isn't that far-fetched. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. So the Quakers patch him up and he sets off walking 200 miles back home to Virginia. So Peter Francisco's walking his happy ass back home to Virginia, and remember, this is weeks, if not months, after the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse, so a lot of the British soldiers are retreating back to Virginia, which is exactly where Peter's headed. He's by himself, he's wounded, he's got to try to not run into these guys. Everything's going fine, and then when he's in Amelia County, Virginia, he falls, he twists his knee, he's limping around. Luckily, he knows of a tavern nearby, run by a guy by the name of Ben Ward. He makes his way to the tavern, gets some food, he spends the night there, trying to let his knee rest. He is then woken up early in the morning to a sound of a bunch of horses galloping up. He looks out the window. Fuck, it's 9 British dragoons wearing green jackets, meaning that they are Bannister Tarleton's men. Remember, Bannister Tarleton, the bad guy from The Patriot, not that great of a guy. His nickname in real life was The Butcher. Peter, not really knowing what the fuck is going on and not wanting to find out, he assumes the worst. They're probably here to kill me because somebody ratted me out. So he bursts out the side door of the tavern trying to make a getaway, but there's already a dragoon there with his sword drawn, making sure nobody gets out. The dragoon tells him to stop. He stops. At this point, Peter Francisco is kind of realizing, like, okay, this guy doesn't recognize me. A pretty distinct guy. Like, look for the giant. That's who we're looking for. This guy apparently isn't looking for a giant. That's good news. And then right then, all the other dragoons that are still inside the tavern start hooting and hollering because they found the booze. Okay, good. Perfect. They're not looking for me. They're just looting. They just want valuables. They want booze. They want whatever. They're not going to kill me. Just cooperate. Everything should be fine. It is at this point the dragoon in front of him says, "Hey, big man, do you have anything valuable, like a watch?" Peter Francisco reluctantly hands over his pocket watch. Like, that sucks. Watches are a big deal in the 1700s, but you know what? I can always buy another watch. The dragoon takes the watch, then sizes Peter up again and says, "What about those silver buckles on your knees?"
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out.
Yeah, the same P&H silver buckles that Judge Winston gave him that he had recrafted from his shoes that he had on when he showed up to America in the first place. You thought I was giving you trivial details earlier, didn't you? No, every detail matters. And now we got a problem because these buckles aren't replaceable. They're sentimental family heirlooms.
You're going to die for some chickens.
Someone is.
Peter Francisco immediately lunges at this poor dragoon, grabs his sword, takes it from him, and then hits him in the head, killing him instantly. The noise alerts the other dragoons inside, and within a matter of seconds, he sees a hand with a pistol coming out of the door next to him. He immediately chops that hand off. Okay, 2 down, 7 to go. At this point, the dragoons inside the tavern think that they're getting ambushed. One of them runs out the front and jumps on his horse to go back and alert the formation that he came from. Peter Francisco runs up and spears him off the horse, lifting him off the horse on his sword. By this point, he realizes the 6 remaining dragoons on the inside think they're getting ambushed, so he plays into it and he yells, "Come on, boys, they're in the tavern, let's get them." This causes the remaining dragoons to run out the back on foot, fleeing back to their formation. Not only does this buy Peter Francisco more time to get away because they're not going to make it back to their formation as fast, he now has a bunch of horses. So he lashes them all together in a straight line and takes off.
Don't remember how many. Maybe one.
Tarleton's men never end up catching up to him. On his way home, he sells all but one of the horses, this big, white, beautiful horse that he jokingly names Tarleton. Later in life, he would write that this bar fight was the last favor he ever did for the British, and the bar fight itself is commemorated by a painting that now hangs in the Virginia State Capitol in Richmond. Okay, again, just to reiterate, this man has the most gangster dad lore on the planet. Like, Dad, did you ever get into a bar fight? Let me tell you something, son. When Dad gets into a bar fight, they make an oil painting to commemorate it, and they hang it in the state capitol.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing.
So Peter Francisco makes it back home in one piece. He's back at Huntington Tower with his dad, Judge Winston, and he is now a whopping 21 years old. By today's standard, he's finally old enough to have a beer. Not really knowing what to do, he just kind of picks up where he left off. He starts working on the plantation, he's shoeing horses, and this goes on for a couple of months, and he's making sure he keeps up on the news with what's going on with the war, and then eventually he hears that America's getting ready to challenge the British over at Yorktown with the war, and then eventually he hears that America's getting ready to challenge the British over at Yorktown, and his buddy's going to be there, Marquis de Lafayette.
Oh, say less.
Peter Francisco's like, say less, I'm going to go see my homies, so he hops on Tarleton and rides off to Yorktown, has no issue getting through the front lines as he's riding up on this white horse. Holy shit, that's Peter Francisco, the Virginia giant, makes his way up to Marquis de Lafayette, they get reunited, they start hanging out, they catch up, everything's going great. And then allegedly, around this point in time, Marquis de Lafayette asks Peter Francisco to be his personal aide.
Whose car are we gonna take?
Then, as the story goes, he was right there by Marquis de Lafayette for the entire Battle of Yorktown. Obviously, Marquis de Lafayette wasn't like up there fixing bayonets on the very, very front lines. He was a battlefield commander. He was, coordinating the battle, but Peter Francisco was right there with him in case anything went down. America goes on to win the Battle of Yorktown. The British surrender. America becomes its own country. And after that, Peter Francisco's like, I don't really have shit else to do, so he just kind of hangs out with Marquis de Lafayette, being part of his entourage. Shortly after the war, Marquis de Lafayette's getting ready to go back home to France, but before he does that, he's got some fancy parties to attend down in Richmond, Virginia. So Peter Francisco, best friend and bodyguard extraordinaire, accompanies him. So one day, Peter and Lafayette are walking down the street right past St. John's Church, the same St. John's Church that Peter had heard Patrick Henry say the famous line, "Give me liberty or give me death," a few years back that started this entire journey. So Peter's telling Lafayette that, like, hey, I was here when Patrick Henry said the famous line, and as he's telling this story, somebody falls down right in front of Peter Francisco. Not even thinking about it, he just lunges forward and catches this person, looks down, and it's the most beautiful woman he's ever seen in his entire life. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the whole 9 yards. They lock eyes and they are just staring at each other for an awkward amount of time, and then as the story goes, Lafayette has to tell Peter to put her down. Peter gets her on her feet, she says thank you, they part ways, they keep walking. Lafayette starts giving Peter a hard time, like, dude, when are you gonna find a wife? Women are literally throwing themselves at you. And from here, they just carry on about their day. It was just, weird, something that happened, whatever, moving on. That evening, they go to a fancy officers party together, and before they get there, they're obviously the main attraction. It's Marquis de Lafayette and his bodyguard giant hero, Peter Francisco. Everybody's talking about them showing up. Everybody wants to meet him. When they get there, Peter Francisco immediately locks eyes again with this same blonde-haired, blue-eyed hottie. They get formally introduced. Her name is Susan Anderson, and she comes to the realization that the humongous hunk that saved her from falling earlier that day is also a war hero living legend. They go out to the garden together, they kiss, they basically both confess love at first sight, but Susan says, that you need to talk to her father first and get his permission to call on her. Nothing wrong with that. That's completely within the realm of standard practice back in the day, especially in the aristocratic circles. So Peter Francisco goes and talks to Captain James Anderson, a military officer from an extremely wealthy family. And James Anderson, he's sympathetic, but he's not having it. He's like, ultimately, he basically says, look, Peter, I respect everything you do. Obviously, you're a man's man. That's great. But look, my daughter's used to a certain, way of living life. She's used to certain amenities. And you, as far as I can tell, are uneducated. You don't have a job. You don't own land. You don't come from money. And you're not going to be able to provide her with the same lifestyle that the other suitor that she's currently talking to, some other military officer from a fancy aristocratic family, he can give her all of that. And you can't give her any of it. And I have to do what's best for my daughter. Peter Francisco, discouraged but also not giving up, basically tells Captain Anderson, look, I'm not asking to marry her tomorrow. I'm uneducated, but I can get educated. I don't have money, but I can get money. I don't have land. I don't have all these things, but I can get these things.
Nice recovery.
Captain Anderson, obviously skeptical. They part ways. Susan runs up to Peter. She tells him she heard everything. She was eavesdropping on the conversation. She tells him that she loves him and she's going to wait for him. The next day, Peter and Marquis de Lafayette part ways for now, and he heads back off home to Hunting Tower, Virginia. So Peter Francisco returns home. He's as motivated as ever. He has a very tight, very short to-do list. Get an education, get rich, get land, get laid. That's the plan. First thing on that to-do list, get an education. He's going to have to learn how to read and write, and this is 1781 in Virginia. Okay, they don't have GED programs floating around. There's only one way he's going to get this done, and it's to go back to elementary school.
Back to school, to prove to Dad that I'm not a fool.
Yes, 6'6", 280-pound Virginia giant, Claymore-wielding war hero is gonna Billy Madison this shit. Luckily, his teacher, Mr. McGraw, winds up being cool as shit, and on the very first day of class, he knows how cruel and how mean little kids can be, so at the very beginning of the first day of class, he brings Peter Francisco up in front of the class and explains to the kids, like, hey, kids, this is Peter. He doesn't know how to read or write because he spent so much time in the army fighting the British, he never had time to learn, so we need to help him. Also, Peter's the strongest man in the entire army. Peter, show him how strong you are. And then he has Peter lift him up so high that his head touches the ceiling, and the kids are just blown away. Now the kids are on his side. They want to help Peter, and Peter is, in many ways, part of the gang with this group of kids. There's not much to it other than that. He goes to school for a couple of years, learns how to read and write, but there is one other story where apparently the kids would pull pranks on each other all the time, and eventually Peter Francisco decides to pull a prank of his own where he sneaks off and eats all the desserts from all the lunches by himself. Mr. McGraw knows who did it immediately because obviously there's only one person that could have physically done it. It's the 6-foot-tall giant. It wasn't one of the 8-year-olds running around elementary school. So Mr. McGraw, who's pretty good friends with Peter at this point, tells Peter in front of the class, gotta face your punishment just like everybody else. You're a part of the class. And the punishment at this point in time is getting bent over a desk and whipped with a switch. To which Peter is like, come on, I'm a grown-ass man. You're not gonna whip me with a switch over the table in front of all these kids. And Mr. McGraw's like, you can take the punishment like everybody else, or you can go home. To which Peter is like, all right, whatever. And then he proceeds to get whipped with a switch just like one of the kids would in front of the whole class. Now, at the same time, while he's also going to school, elementary school obviously doesn't take all day, so he's working on making money as soon as school gets out, and one of the first things he does is he takes all his money from serving in the military, he has a military pension coming in, and all the money that he took from selling off Tarleton's horses, and he invests it into his own blacksmith shop and general store. So he's making good money doing that. He starts acquiring land while he's still going to school, and then he accidentally stumbles into this new side gig. Whenever there was, a town event, a dance, whatever, and there was an issue or a fight, he was always the guy that broke it up. He was basically town security, he's a big teddy bear, he wants to make sure everybody's safe, he didn't mind doing it. Well, that would eventually turn into all the local tough guys would want to see if they're the tough guy, and they would challenge Peter Francisco to a fight, and people would bet on him, and Peter would get paid for winning, and Peter never lost. And then it went from local tough guys to regional tough guys, and then it just became a normal thing in town for some big burly woodsman to stagger in, wanting to challenge Peter Francisco to prove that he was the baddest man on the planet, only to find out he in fact was not. And this goes on for the next 3 years, and then in 1784, he's finally finished school, he knows how to read, he knows how to write, he's made a bunch of money, he has a successful business, he owns hundreds of acres of land, he goes back to Richmond, Virginia, and he marries Susan. And for a brief moment, everything's perfect. They have their first 2 kids, and then everything goes tragically wrong. Their third child dies, and then shortly after that, his dad, Judge Winston, also passes away. And then shortly after that, his wife Susan becomes sick and also passes. And he is now a single father to 2 kids. From here, he does the best that he can. He keeps running his businesses. He keeps having dudes come into town to fight him all the time, but he never loses. And he takes the kids back to Richmond to see their grandparents pretty frequently. Over the years in Richmond, he has frequent run-ins with one of his wife's best friends, a woman by the name of Catherine Brooke. And over the years, they fall in love, and then they get married almost 10 years after the passing of his wife. They're madly in love. They wind up having 4 more kids. Peter's running his businesses. Everything's going great. Everything is perfect. And then the War of 1812 happens. Peter and Susan's oldest son, James, enlists in the army to go off and fight for America just like his dad did. But you know what? Even though Peter Francisco is 52 years old at this point, he's not about to let his son go off and do it alone. He's joining the army too. Okay, to be honest, we have no idea in what capacity Peter Francisco served in the War of 1812, but it was confirmed by the Department of Veteran Affairs in 1940 that Peter Francisco did serve in the 5th Infantry Regiment in the United States Army in the War of 1812. Whatever happens with him in the War of 1812, we don't know, but we do know he survives and he comes back home to Catherine and resumes his normal life, running his businesses, raising his kids, the whole 9 yards. Catherine and Peter go on to live happily married for 27 years in total until yet again tragedy strikes in 1821 when Catherine becomes ill and also passes away. Peter is now 61 years old. His wife has passed away. The kids are all grown up. They've moved out and he is completely alone. Several years later in 1823, he would be at some fancy aristocratic party and he would meet another widow, a woman by the name of Mary West from England, and she had also lost her husband and she fell in love with Peter Francisco, the Virginia giant, and they got married. Unfortunately, the third time is not the charm because as far as I can tell, she was a giant pain in the ass the entire time. This may be shocking to some of you, but apparently a fancy aristocratic woman from England doesn't really enjoy living in the back countries of Virginia with a giant blacksmith. But that's what they're doing, so they go back to the country. She's living out there in, his farmhouse out in the woods in Virginia. It's not fancy like she's used to. She's bitching about it the entire time. She doesn't really care for it. And then about a year later, in 1824, Peter Francisco gets word that Marquis de Lafayette is coming back to America.
Yes! We know each other. He's a friend from work.
Okay, Peter Francisco's pumped. His homie's coming back to town from across an ocean. He hasn't seen him in like 40 years. He goes to tell his wife, and she's like, I'm not going. My dresses haven't been taken care of. Our carriage isn't nice enough. I can't be seen like this. I'm a wealthy woman. This would be embarrassing. I'm not going. And Peter Francisco's like, whatever, I'm fucking going to see Gilbert. So he heads off to meet Marquis de Lafayette. On the way, he lets his kids know, like, hey, I'm going to meet my buddy. This is basically your uncle if you guys want to come see him. All the kids come too, and he is reunited with Marquis de Lafayette. They have a big hug, at which point they catch up a little bit, and Marquis de Lafayette looks at his buddy, Peter Francisco, and says, I'm like doing this tour thing. We're going from like town to town, Yorktown, Richmond. They're throwing parties for me everywhere because I'm kind of an American hero. I could use a bodyguard. For a week, Peter Francisco and Gilbert go town to town having a fucking ball. It's a great time. And then after about a week, it's finally time to go home and patch things up with the wife, Mary. Luckily, he's not coming back empty-handed. He's got good news because while he was on this week-long bender, he ran into one of his friends, a Virginia State House delegate, Charles Yancey, and Charles Yancey offered him the job as the House of Delegates Sergeant-at-Arms for the state government of Virginia. And that job comes with an apartment in the prestigious Columbia Hotel in Richmond, Virginia, the state capital.
Playing on iPhone? Now you can play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games.
Pack your shit up. So Peter gets to come back home and is like, hey, everything you've hated for the past couple of years, it's all over. We're moving into a fancy apartment in a fancy hotel in the city capital, and you can live your, aristocratic lifestyle, and I just have to be the sergeant at arms and kick people's asses, which is what I've been doing forever anyways. And for the next 6 years, Peter Francisco, at the age of like 63 years old, served as the sergeant at arms for the Virginia State House of Delegates. And you gotta remember, this is the 1800s. We're still well into the era of politicians getting riled up and beating the shit out of each other. And Peter Francisco is going to be the guy in the room that's there to settle everything down. And for the next 6 years, while Peter Francisco was a sergeant at arms, everybody was awkwardly fucking civil. Okay, he might be an old man, but he also might have one left in the tank and nobody wants to find out. In the 6 years that he was sergeant at arms, there was one occasion where the Speaker of the House had to order somebody to be removed, and that person was promptly picked up by the back of their neck and their belt line, carried out of the house and thrown out like it was the bartender from The Simpsons. He would continue to serve serve as the sergeant at arms until 1831, when at 71 years old, he would fall ill and eventually pass away from what doctors now believe to have been appendicitis. And that is the story of America's Hercules, the Virginia giant, Peter Francisco. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch, maybe drink some Echelon. Links for both of those over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. I couldn't figure out how to work this into the video without like breaking the whole flow, but in 1806, there was another story that Henry Clay came to visit Peter Francisco. Henry Clay is, you know, known as the Great Negotiator. He's cousins to Cassius Marcellus Clay, the most gangster politician in history, like famous, important guy. And Peter Francisco supposedly told him this story about how, you know, people are always coming to fight him and he's always beating people up. Well, on one occasion in 1806, this one guy showed up and he wanted to fight Peter Francisco, and Peter just wasn't in the mood this day. He was getting tired of doing this all the time. So he just like, no, we're not fighting. We're not doing this. And the guy's like adamant, like, no, you're going to fight me. And Peter's like, no, I'm not. And Mr. I think that they called him Mr. Pamphlet in the story. And he's like, all right, well, let me feel your weight. And Peter's like, whatever, dude, fine. So the dude picks up Peter Francisco. He's like, holy shit, you're heavy. And Peter Francisco is just like over this whole situation. And he's like, you know what? Let me feel your weight. So the guy like raises his arms and lets Peter Francisco pick him up. And Peter like picks him up once, picks him up twice. And on the third time, he squats down, picks him up, and throws him over a 4-foot wall off of his property. That dude's still on the ground, like trying to gather himself. And Peter just goes, are we done here? And the guy's like, you might as well send my horse over next. So Peter pushes this horse up against the wall. It's only a 4-foot high wall. So allegedly, he was able to push the horse up enough and over enough to topple the horse over the wall after him. And the guy's just like, I'm satisfied. I'm fucking leaving.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now,
No. Oh man, dude. Shoot. Damn. Oh, dude, I'm trying still. Yeah, it's rough, man. I felt like after like 6.5 hours I was doing better than I just did like the last 2 rounds, but yeah. Oh man. Fuck, bro. Damn it, dude. Shoot, dude, I think I need to like change up the settings, man. Yeah, true, man. Fuck. Hell yeah. Where is Yo, do you know like what settings I should probably put it on? I can't remember like what I had it on, but like there might be like a reset to default or something. But yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the luck. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Right on. Yeah, I don't know if I should be like go like closer to him like when he's like doing his like his little domain. But yeah. Should I change the AA type? Fuck. I don't know. Dude, yeah. Pot Warrior is doing like a majority of the damage, I feel like. Oh, damn it. Shit. What? No way. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Shit. Damn. Holy fuck. Damn, dude. Oh, God. Yes! Broken promise to defeat Nightmares on the Mon. Whoa. Oh my god, that was fucking hard. Holy shit. No, no, she promised keeping their curses would make me invincible. With mountains of corpses, I was to be worshipped as the hand of elder demons. Nemo, you fool. Whatever demons you dealt with to come back, know that mine are stronger. The torment to your kin has only just begun. Chapter 7. Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Now I gotta deal with their shit. God damn it. Poor kid could never catch a break. What have you done? Yes, we did it. I know, I know. We're pretty awesome. You can thank us later. The devil child brought Hell's Gate straight to our doorstep. But we defeated Yozin's nightmare demon. Did you say Yozin? I knew Zalaman was hiding something dark, but this is serious elder demon magic. Only a dark ritual could cast this curse. Ito, tell us what happened. He was lying to everyone. Zalaman was using the House of Promise to rewrite history and manipulate all of you. All the missing Poco. He mutilated them. The Promise Keeper was feeding on their souls. If I may, his real name was Yozin, a curse keeper who stole Poco's magic to stay immortal, and upon his demise he called out for Malina. That name hasn't been spoken in ages. Navo, gather the vendors. We have much to discuss. Sani, wait, please. Yozin and the House of Promise is why I... Hold on. What about Coach Olin and Naso? They were both captured, but where are they? Yozin's reign might be over, but any poor soul caught in that nightmare, it's uncertain what would become of them. Hey folks, read the room. Devil Boy here's still a devil, and these old farts are more spooked than ever. We gotta deal with this now. Ito, don't listen to the town. They don't know what you've sacrificed for them. Come to the Lost Pub. We have some matters to discuss. Evil never sleeps. Meet Isa at the Lost Pub.
Oi.
Hey you, stop right there. We are hunting, searching for prisoners that escaped the House of Promise. Have you seen them? Wait, guards that are actually doing something? Ain't no way this is real. Tsk, foolish three-soul. You just couldn't play along, could you? Fine. Yes, we are the Eyes of Zoz, three-soul. Yes, always watching. Yeah, cannot escape our gaze. Bow to Zazul or die. Oh, fuck, I died. Oops.
Oi.
Great, just what we need. Now we've got these weirdos stalking us in plain sight. Hey, we've got the home advantage. No way these creeps are going to beat us on our turf. Gotta keep our heads in the game. Yes, it's our town, but whatever deal the House of Promise had, it looks like the Ayas are in control now. It's all so clear now. This is just like the other Demon Wars. Fitness, Deekner, our family's Manya shines so bright in you. Brighter than the best I've seen in my era. Thanks, Joro. I'm sorry. It's still weird thinking of you as my grandfather. What do I even call you now? After I got my heart back, I'm certain Nemo was the life Yozin stole from me. But in this life, I'm bound to be Joro, my curse to keep. Being Joro is a curse? How? Why is everything in this town a curse? Damn, you sure like to keep weird company, don't you? Ito, the curse magnet. Yes, Joro is my curse. A deal with a high price. But becoming your friend was my gift. I'll be by your side until the end of all this, I promise. Oh my god, I didn't even have that on there. And I thought I did. Don't worry, Osito, you're safe. Ola, Nosso, you're alive? Ha, I knew you two would be able to escape. Ha, escape, please. I'm not some helpless coward. You're talking to a legend. We were next on Yozin's menu. But when he fell, we got the opening we needed. We fought our way out like true warriors. The Ayas don't know what hit them. Just like our golden years, Lobo, you all would have been so lucky to see it. Huh? Did you just call Naso Lobo? Isn't he the blue beast that attacked you? Why would you team up with him? And why did Naso come to you for help, Mom? What's going on here? Oh, Sito, I was hoping you would remember eventually, but I asked you to come here to tell you myself. Naso is Lobo, the lost Boombola champion of Zoz, but also your older half-brother. What? How? I have an older brother? No, you can't be serious. Is this why the town hates me? It doesn't matter that I beat Yozin. If this guy's my brother, I'm cursed. The town will think what it wants, Osito. What matters is the path you choose, not what they think of you. Trust me, brother, I know how fast they turn. I was the Boombola champ once. Now, just another feral beast they fear. Look, Ito, Lobo and I had our share of fights, but he's not the one who doomed Zoz. You can blame Yozin and the Ayas for that. Exactly. Even with the house's keeper gone, Zoz isn't safe. There is Manya much more powerful at work. We must be careful. Olin, go back to your dojo and find out what you can about the Ayas. Ito and Naso, you two leave separately and meet at the house. Aww. Keep quiet, stay hidden, and don't draw attention. We'll only talk again in the morning. Yeah, dude, once I started to, like, attack him with a machete more, like the super machete or whatever, the fire one, yeah, I saw a huge difference. Damn. 2 seconds too late. Fuck. Son of a gun, Damn it. Oh, god damn it. 0.71 seconds. Fuck. Also, and Buddy? What is he doing back? Buddy was here when I got back. Conky always used him to track me, but no sign of that bastard now. Buddy gets anxious without Dad. But he seems okay around you, though, huh? Buddy and I go way back. Let's just say we share the same nature. Tonight, we sleep under the stars. Don't worry. We'll stay out of sight. Maybe. Don't tell Mom that Buddy's back. I'm not sure how she'll take it. Never met a devil that cared this much. Fine. Isn't it your bedtime already? Look at you two. After all these years, my wild ones are finally getting along under the same roof. No more Lobo. It's Naso now. But yes, it's nice to share a warm meal with family again. Why can't I remember any of this? I've only had small glimpses of our past. We all have our ways of dealing with our losses, Osito. These memories will come back in time, I'm sure. Wouldn't bet on that. Found it weird that no one recognized Yozin for so long. Smells like void Teika to me. Maybe even a curse. Another curse? Come on. What's with this town? One curse at a time, Osito. Sani and the other healers in town are close to putting together a counterspell for this new look of yours. Wait, no more horns? For real? How? A little ritual, a little recipe. It's not simple, but Sani and Nettle surprisingly have a lot of knowledge on this matter. As for you, Naso, I need you to lay low here until we figure this out. Please, we have to be careful not to rile up the town even more. Fine, yes, but if your Konki comes back, then it won't be the town that you have to worry about. Hey, are you going to let him threaten Pop like that? Osito, those two have their own history to work through. Please try to understand. It's hard enough without your father here. I really wouldn't mind even hearing his yells if it meant he was back. Mom, where is Pop? Osito, I just need you by my side right now. I can't lose another Pop. Meet me at the cantina so we can figure this out together. 3 healing sisters. Meet Isha at the Lost Pub. Oh shit, okay, yeah, right. Oh, sick, dude. Gold attack. That's what I was trying to get. Cheese, tomato, sugar, beef. That fertilizer's bullshit. What the fuck? We know you hear the dark whispers. The voice of Zazul beckons to you. Damn it, they're everywhere. This is getting old real fast. Yeah, and they never mention Yozi. Only this demon Zazul. Must be pretty powerful to have so many die-hard followers. Go yoga. Go yoga. Go yoga. Yeah, I love this stuff. Mango. Whatever the fuck that word is. Mango something. I can't fucking read. I don't know if I did a good job on that. Yeah, open like 6 in a box. So that's supposed to take like you up half a heart. It just did a full gold heart. That like one pin is so strong. Yeah, like a fucking sip of water gives me half a gold heart. Like that is so crazy. Help, a wizard wolf boy cursed Don Peyote with powerful dark magic. Report to the Mata Azo Peak outpost at once.
Zera.
Together, they could heal anything. Osana and Isa have way more frontline experience from the wars, but you can trust my Teika. I've been studying this for Isa since Lobo. Lobo was the last in town to be affected by this curse of Sito. Many of us have seen it before, but oddly, some don't remember. So that means this gets worse? Yo, Ito, don't overthink it. Just give me one of those weird vessels and I'll soul forge it into a proper healing chamber. Then we need to stabilize your demon curse. For that, I'm gonna need a delivery of the freshest demon parts you can find. Ha! Demon parts, vessel? How will we get one? Without Olin's distractions, we won't get past the Mata Azo outpost. Ha, you think that's all I'm good for? Distractions? Well, you were chatty and I helped your mom track down a demonic soldier army in Zoz. An army is gathering outside of the nightmare world? That's what I said, you dolt. I followed some of their forces and they're moving a lot of strange relics here. I saw vessels and other strange devices. Go to Wildwoods before they finish setting up whatever it is they're doing. Okay, but what about my mom? What is she gonna do? I'm still... She's under a lot of pressure, Ito. Just get everything we need and be careful. We'll help her figure things out. Eggs into the bowl. Sugar into the bowl. Vanilla into the bowl. Flour into the bowl. Milk into the oven. Whatever that is, into the oven. Ta-da! Ooh, 26660. That's hardcore. That's hard-boiled. Oh, the legend of the Mofongo was way hard-boiled. Fuck, man. Wait, how many garlics do I have? Okay. Down, now, now, now. In the end of time, there was a man who knew the road. Or something like that. And no one seemed to understand. In his heart he knew. The artist must be true. And the legend of the red was white pastel. Fuck. God, I'm so fucked. Freak! Rage! Rage! I mean, dude, that's the only way to do it, you know? If you don't succeed on your first try, then fucking rage quit. fucking rage quit that shit and find something you're fucking good at. Don't waste your time. What are you doing? Having fun? You having fun here? You having fun? Oh yeah? Absorbs faint life from defeated foes. Restoring a fragment of lost health. Holy shit, that is a great fucking pin. Oh my god. Catalyst. Switching spirit weapons grants a brief attack boost. Needs time to recharge. Oh hell yeah. Dude, that's pretty dope too. Holy shit, I can imagine how useful that would be. That's the bee's knees, though. That looks awesome. Holy shit. Void cap. Kuroki's Quest 3, Ito's favorite RPG. Dude, this is like such a necessity in the game. Like, the cheers buff is so serious, dude. Oh my god. It's almost like I feel like it's like a cheat code. Like, when you have that shit on, dude, oh my god, forget about it, bro. You could fucking eat a fucking Samita and your entire health just boom, back. We back, baby, we back, you know? I fucking struggled so hard against that boss. Oh god, it was fucking miserable, bro. Fuck. Because I had like told myself that I wanted to put the faster buffs on so that I could try and make some gold food, which I failed at. Miserably. Ito, Novel told me you took care of a bunch of ghost nomos lurking by my snack machines. Yeah, not sure why they were drawn there, but we got rid of them all. You kidding me? There's not a creature dead or alive that can resist my sweet buns. Huh? She means her big snacks, Ito. They don't call her Queen Bun for nothing. Anyway, a lot of Poco in town say the Nomos are restless because of the blood moon. It's always hard to really tell why, though. But now that the machines are cleared, I'll help restock their snacks. You never know when those machines can get you out of a tight spot. But a growing shaman chef really shouldn't rely too much on snacks while venturing, unless you want to end up looking like Navo here. Hey, you know you love it. And every Poco in town knows a large Poco is a powerful Poco. Right. Thanks so much, Ito. Use those snack machines if you're in a pinch. But if you want a real boost, try my Trade Slave Chase recipe. Coquito unlocked. Hell yeah. Nice. Right? That's crazy. Fuck, man. No way. Oh, damn it, dude. Fuck. Got killed by a freaking cow, dude. Freaking cow. Oh, thank God. I think I'm like traumatically scarred from how many times I had to face the boss. I think I have to like reset at this long faraway point. Can't hit me, can't hit me, can't hit me. Oh, can't hit me, can't hit me. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Fuck. Oh, no! Oh my God, dude. How did I not get poisoned? Give me that milk. Give me that beef. What you mean? Yummy, 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 yummy. God damn it, man, cow. No way, bro. How did the cow kill me again, bro? Fitness. Cow 2. This is crazy, man. These cows are no joke, dude. Like, they have like secret buff, dude. I swear to God. They're like super strong. You look at so smart, chasing the edge of the water. Ah! 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 Beefsteak. This fucking cow, dude. This goddamn cow. Fuck you, man. Good job, Z. shoot. Oh god. Oh no. Oh my god, I missed every freaking thing. Jesus. Dude. Back, here's all the cursed junk you asked for. You're amazing, Ito. One day I hope I raise a Poco half as gutsy as you. So this is what they look like on the inside. I'll need to brew these back at my shop. Oh, it's still moving. Fascinating.
Ito.
Well done, Osito. Now time to cook your best asopao de pollo. Wait, chicken soup is the big magical cure? You've got to be kidding. Never underestimate the power of food. Every shaman chef knows chicken soup's a sacred healing ritual, especially when made with love. Well, why aren't you cooking it, Mom? I tried, Osito, and I just couldn't get it right. But I know you can do it. Things are going to get busy here. So take this recipe and go cook this back home. Nettle, Osana, and I still need some time to set everything up. Sopa de pollo. Dude, I think I need some of this stuff. Damn, here's the good cheese, dude. Shit, I need this. Finally, we were starting to worry. Lately, our usual sources only offer lowly produce. Ugh, putrid. Watch your blood pressure, dear Ito. Please try not to handle it too crudely. Boomy will come soon to pick it up. Thanks, Ito. I really owe you. Here's your reward. Embrace yourself for more requests. So far. Fuck. Oh, God. God damn. Yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up, man. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. I think when I get up, I'm going to try and get that 35-second or less goal on the Asopo de Pollo. But hell yeah, thanks Beazle, and thanks Cog for coming through. Hopefully I'll see you guys later.